resumption of meeting number 27 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which started on April 13th, 2021. Today's meeting is taking place in hybrid format pursuant to the House Order of January 25th, 2021, and therefore members can attend in person or using the Zoom application. For now, everyone today is using the Zoom application, and I think more and more I am hearing that the administration, House of Commons, wants as limited, the most limited bodies possible in order to keep our technical professionals and everybody in the room safe. So appreciate everybody joining virtually. I think it is the safest way to conduct the meetings right now, especially considering the high numbers in Ontario. So I just wanted to remind all the participants, screenshots and taking photos of your screen are not permitted. And, everybody in the room, I think they know the drill of the COVID protocols that they have to undertake there. But the chair and the clerk will be enforcing those measures in case anybody does have to go in person. And remember to put your interpretation on at the bottom of your screen. We do have, we had a speakers list from last time, but those two members that were on the speakers list, Mr. Sampson and Ms. Lombropoulos is not here today. So we have a new speakers list, I guess, that started. We have Dr. Duncan first on that speakers list, and the issue that we are still on at hand is Mr. Turnbull's amendment to Ms. Vecchio's motion. We've been on this issue for quite some time, so I am confident that you all are fully aware of the motion, but I have the motions in front of me in case anybody needs a refresher like you have needed before. So I guess we can carry on with the meeting. Dr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think my colleague, Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, was before me, and I'll just see if she would like to go. Okay.
Okay, I apologize. Maybe people have dropped off, and I was probably not able to maintain the list as quickly. Is that, Mr. Clerk, were you able to write down a speakers list at this point? Did you see some other order?
Madam Chair, I did. I was just copying, seeing the same information you saw, and so I did have Dr. Duncan, then Mr. Turnbull, then Madame Petitpas-Taylor. But that might not be the case, though, either.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to. Okay, I think we'll just start then.
Okay.
Thank you,
We're
Madam
still Canadian. Thank you, Dr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll just say I appreciated my dear colleagues, their speeches, Mr. Sims, Mr. Longs. I especially appreciate hearing about Mr. Sims' expertise on the history of democracy. And I'm just so pleased to have our friend and colleague, Mr. Turnbull, back. And I'm glad to see he's doing well. I want to thank him again for his amendment and his important speech, not only talking about the health impacts of COVID-19, but also the economic impacts. And we're here to debate why it's important to invite the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth to come to our committee and discuss why it was necessary for the government to prorogue to deal with a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Madam Chair, we still are in this pandemic. We're in a third wave, and we've been in the toughest part. I'm going to use my time today to focus on the most pressing issue we face as Canadians and explain why I believe my constituents of Etobicoke North and Canadians would like us to do the important work of bringing forward the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of diversity, youth, and inclusion, and they can explain why it was necessary to prorogue and tackle this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. We can use this time to ask these ministers how the government is supporting Canadians and will continue to do so through this pandemic and afterwards. We have been at this amendment for weeks. The whole point of negotiation is to find a way through that all parties find acceptable. We want to avoid arguing, but agree to some sort of compromise. And our colleagues across the way put forward a motion. We came forward with an amendment. Since early March, I have come to this committee and asked every week that we pay attention to what Canadians and our communities are talking about, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, and keeping themselves healthy and safe, keeping their jobs and livelihoods. Week after week, I have shared the number of Canadians sickened by COVID-19. Let me be clear. We prorogued because we were in a pandemic. We are still in a pandemic. Week after week, I have shared the number of Canadians sickened by COVID-19, the number of Canadians who have died of the coronavirus, how tired and exhausted our healthcare workers and frontline workers are, how in Ontario our hospitals are overwhelmed. I talk about how numbers of deaths are not just numbers. They're our family, our friends, our loved ones, and what they meant to us, and they've left us. But even with hearing the COVID-19 evidence, we still have a partisan motion. We're in a pandemic. We were in a pandemic, we're still in a pandemic, and we should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Frontline workers in communities like the one I serve expect us to put them first as they continue to go to work to keep the community and country going. Yet instead, we continue with the partisan motion. Marginalized communities.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Kent.
I'm just wondering, and I agree that we would like to see Ministers Freeland and Chagger appear before a committee, but I wonder if my honourable colleague has pressed them to respond to the pre-existing invitation from committee.
Well, I have definitely, through the clerk, pressed them to respond. We have not had a response to that invitation yet. So, Dr. Duncan, if you have any other, information, you can definitely share it with the committee if you feel like it would help carry on. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will continue. Marginalized communities, those who are low income, racialized, continue to be hardest hit by COVID-19 throughout the pandemic. Lineups at vaccine clinics and COVID-19 hotspots powerfully show the demands in the community for vaccine and the lack of resources in marginalized communities. I have come here to be a voice for the people I serve in Etobicoke North. And I'm really hoping that I will not be repeatedly interrupted today for bringing the voice of Etobicoke North to this committee and for bringing science, evidence, and fact to this debate on the amendment. We often hear this place is so toxic. A building and institution is not toxic. It's how we treat one another. And we have a choice every day when we come to committee and how we choose to conduct ourselves. The young people in my life tell me over and over about how put off they are by what is rewarded here. A good punch. That's the words that are used, aren't they? A good punch. Hitting back, beating back someone into submission. And the young people in my life are especially sickened by it during a pandemic when their friends and family are getting sick and in some cases dying. We've all recently put out tweets, statements for Bullying and Pink Shirt Day. should be all our goal to get as many young people, particularly young women, involved in politics. And when they watch colleagues being interrupted, they're turned off. So I hope the interrupting will stop today. I know colleagues have talked about their first days on the Hill and not been interrupted. So I will just give a little bit of my history. I left a job I loved at the university, doing research and teaching our inspiring and outstanding students, in order to serve the wonderful community of Etobicoke North. It's the place where I'm born and raised. I had two areas of expertise: pandemics, pandemic preparedness, and climate change. Our colleagues across the way are well aware of my background, my pandemic work. As the previous government, a conservative government, reached out to me during the 2009 H1 pandemic. I trust I won't be interrupted today for talking about Etobicoke North. The community I serve matters, bringing their voice matters, and their ideas are absolutely relevant to this discussion. I also trust I will not be interrupted for talking about a global pandemic, and a pandemic where Canadian experts were ringing alarm bells for weeks, while this committee focused on a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic last summer, we're still in a pandemic, and we should absolutely hear from our Deputy Prime Minister. I should point out that I'm not just an Etobicoke MP, I'm an Ontario MP, and my job is to stand up for my province. Recently, the co-chairman of Ontario's expert panel said Ontario's hospitals could no longer function normally, and yet we continue with a partisan motion. And I quote Dr. Brown, quote, "Our children's hospitals are admitting adults. This has never happened in Ontario before. It's never happened in Canada before. Field hospitals are being set up in car parks. Dr. Isaac Bogosh said the healthcare system was already overloaded prior to the third wave, with hospitals still treating patients from the previous wave." I continue the quote. "In many places, for example, Ontario, we never really decompressed our intensive care units from the second wave. We had a third wave come in very short after the second wave. So you've got more explosive outbreaks with the variants that also caused more significant illness, proportionally compared to the strains of COVID-19 we had earlier. The trifecta of more transmissible variants that cause more significant illness and proportionately more people ending up in the hospital. Rapid reopening that's providing more opportunities for transmission, and a healthcare system that still hasn't decompressed from the second wave really puts us into the mess that we're in right now. Yet this committee remains focused on a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic in the summer, we're still in a pandemic, and we should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Last week, the rate of coronavirus infections in Ontario reached an all-time high, as hospitals warned they were close to being overwhelmed. Ontario at last moved and introduced stricter public measures to control the spread of the virus, including closing playgrounds that were not rooted in science, while failing to move on measures that experts believe could decrease transmission, including paid sick days for workers. And I'm glad to see yesterday there is movement in this direction. One of the lessons of this pandemic has to be that this is a pandemic first and foremost, and that it requires paying attention to science, evidence, and fact. It requires politicians paying attention to science, evidence, and fact, and listening to experts. There needed to be an understanding that the variants were fundamentally different. They were more transmissible, caused a higher severity of disease. Responding effectively to a pandemic requires seeing where the cases are going and taking early and preventive action, and not waiting to so-called fires are burning out of control. Another lesson has to be about essential work and racialization. Unfortunately, a lesson that we have yet to learn. While many of us had the privilege of working from our bedrooms, kitchens, or living rooms, essential workers kept our communities and countries going. Information from last April shows diverse neighborhoods were hit hard by COVID-19. An analysis done last April shows that the most ethnoculturally diverse neighborhoods in Ontario, primarily those concentrated in large urban areas, experienced disproportionately higher rates of COVID-19 and related deaths compared to neighborhoods that were less diverse. The rate of COVID-19 infections in the most diverse neighborhoods was 3 times higher than the rate in the least diverse neighborhoods. People living in the most diverse neighborhoods were also more likely to experience severe outbreaks. Madam Chair, hospitalization rates were 4 times higher. ICU admission rates were 4 times higher. Death rates were twice as high. And yet this committee remains focused on a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic in the summer. We're still in a pandemic. We need to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Data from the City of Toronto last July showed the link between COVID-19 and racialization. The first release of individual level data findings captures information collected from May of 2020 to mid-July of 2020. And it showed the following. 83% of people with reported COVID-19 infection, 83%, identified with the racialized group. And yet this committee remains focused on a partisan issue. We were in a pandemic in the summer. We're still in a pandemic. We should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth. More information from the City of Toronto in November showed a continuing picture about COVID-19 and racialization. In November, 79% of reported cases were among those who were racialized. 52% of the city's population belongs to a racialized group. When you look at 21% of cases were among people who identified as white, 21%. Well, 48% of Toronto's population identifies as white. The COVID-19 infection rate among people in Toronto was higher for those identifying with racialized groups. These are appalling numbers. This information required urgent action to protect those who are on the front lines. In February, the Chief Public Health Officer for Canada showed that when it comes to COVID-19, it is clear that race matters. The report showed that although race-based data are not consistently available across Canada, local sources indicate that racialized communities are being disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. For example, surveillance data from Toronto and Ottawa indicates that COVID-19 cases are 1.5 to 5 times higher, 1.5 to 5 times higher among racialized populations than non-racialized populations in these two cities. In April of this year, new research showed that the gap between who needs COVID vaccines and who's getting them was particularly bad. In Toronto, the neighborhoods with the highest populations of racialized people had the lowest vaccination rates, despite the disproportionate impact of the disease on these communities. Last April, data showed racialized communities were hit hard. Last July showed the same, and in November, and most recently this spring. This is heartbreaking. It is wrong. It is systemic discrimination. The public health data is there. More has to be done. Workplaces need to be safer. There needs to be sick leave benefits. And vaccines have to go to the neighborhoods that are on fire. Communities are strong, resilient, and they are doing everything they can to fight the virus. It is not okay that in Ontario, only 1/4 of the vaccines have been going to heavily hit communities. And yet we have a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic last summer. We're still in a pandemic. And we should hear from our Deputy Prime Minister. Let me be very clear. Collecting data does not mean change. It simply means information was gathered and perhaps collated. And telling a story does not mean change. Data collection must be used to improve lives. Thankfully, after months of urgent calls about the need for paid sick leave by medical professionals, labor advocates, political leaders, and even top doctors from some of Ontario's hardest hit regions, the government has announced now a plan to provide 3 paid sick days through a temporary program. We'll see what more needs to be done. I come from a community where people work hard for their family, work hard to make a difference in their community, and they do. Each and every day, they make a difference in our community and they make a difference to our country. I come from a community where many people work on the front lines and they put their health at risk in order to put food on the table and to keep the community and country going. The community I serve wants us to do real work on their behalf, not be focused on a partisan motion. And yet we have a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic in the summer, we're still in a pandemic, and we should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Thankfully, we're starting to see some improvement in Canadian case numbers. From a 7-day high of over 8,700 cases on April 18th to over 8,200 cases on April 24th to just under 8,000 cases on April 27th. Ontario reported over 3,900 new COVID-19 infections this past Sunday, as the number of patients in intensive care units once again reached a record high. The number of patients in intensive care units and on ventilators reached new highs. As of last Friday, there were almost 2,300 patients in a hospital with the virus. A total of over 830 people were in intensive care units, and over 780 people of the patients required ventilators to breathe. On Monday, over 870 people with COVID-19 were being treated in intensive care units across the province, twice as many as there were at the beginning of April. Hospitals across Ontario are stretched to capacity amid a surge of COVID-19 cases in the third wave. Orange, the organization in charge of patient transport, says patients are being moved in record numbers, mostly by its critical care land ambulances, but also by its helicopters and airplanes and with the help of local paramedic services. Between April 1st and April 23rd, Orange said 747 patients were transferred to out-of-town facilities to make room for new patients. 747. To put that figure into context, 209, 217, and 242 patients were transferred in January, February, and March, respectively. We're starting to see change. On Tuesday, Ontario reported a 4th consecutive single-day drop in the number of new COVID-19 cases. But the province's test positivity rate remains high. Cases were almost 4,100 on Saturday, almost 3,950 on Sunday, almost 3,500 Monday, and over 3,250 Tuesday. but the test positivity rate stands at 10.2%. All of us should be concerned about what's happening to Ontarians, what Ontarians have been facing and continue to face. And yet this committee remains focused on a partisan motion. Let me be clear, we were in a pandemic in the summer, we're still in a pandemic, and we should hear from our Deputy Prime Minister. I've been raising the COVID-19 pandemic every time I had a chance to speak during this debate. And this committee actually has something it could do. It could study the House of Commons response to the pandemic so that there is better advice for future parliaments when a future pandemic or disaster strike, because there will be a next time. And pandemic preparedness and readiness is a constant. There is no beginning, no end, no peacetime. In 1918, Spanish flu sickened half the population. Churches, governments, ministries closed. Private buildings were pressed into services, hospitals. Losses to business were staggering. I'm going to quote from a speech I delivered often and around the world in the early 2000s about a pandemic's predicted impacts. Quote, all countries will be affected. Widespread illness will occur. Medical supplies will be inadequate. Large numbers of deaths will occur. Economic and social disruption will be great. Global economic activity could weaken. Supply chains could fail. I could go on from the same speech. Once a vaccine is ready, who gets it? Healthcare workers, essential service workers, at-risk groups. I continue. After a pandemic, millions will be affected in profound ways. From depression to the loss of friends and relatives, to financial loss resulting to disruption to business. Government, society, and corporations will have to ensure financial, psychological, and social support for affected families, companies, and rebuilding of society. Does it sound familiar? The point is we have learned the same lessons time after time. Most recently after the H1N1 influenza pandemic of 2009. And yet, instead of doing what is required, namely to be prepared for next time, we remain on a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic last summer, we're still in a pandemic, and we should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's learn from this pandemic so that we are better prepared going forward. Instead of focusing on politics, we should be focused on learning from the pandemic. It should be part of this committee's work to review any pandemic plan that existed for the House of Commons. I don't know if there was one. Was there one? We had officials here. I asked if there was a plan. They didn't know. Was there a plan? Who drafted such a plan? Who was consulted? Who signed off? Who was the plan communicated to? How often was it reviewed? What did the cases look like here in the parliamentary precinct? Who was affected? What lessons have been learned to date? These are important questions. It's this committee that should be asking them. And it is this committee that should be driving continual improvement of any pandemic plan for the House of Commons. Pandemic preparedness cannot be hot, so-called hot, for just a few years following a pandemic. It has to remain on the agenda. Science, research, and public health have to remain on the agenda. But instead, we remain with a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic in the summer. We're still in a pandemic. We should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. It is very clear that in 2020, Canada faced an unprecedented time in Canadian history. We were facing the worst pandemic since 1918. If we look back to 1918, tens of thousands of Canadians died. In Montreal, the demand for transporting coffins was so great that trolley cars had to be converted to hearses, which could carry 10 coffins at a time. 8 cabinet makers worked around the clock in Hamilton, Ontario, to keep up with the demand for coffins. Undertakers would take one casket to the cemetery and would hurry back to the church to pick up the next. In Toronto, funerals were allowed on Sunday. White hearses for children became a common sight. No one knew what this pandemic would bring. It was a novel virus in 2020. Let me be very clear. Our very special Etobicoke North community is focused on the pandemic and getting through it. They are focused on their health, their safety, their jobs, and their livelihoods. Yet this committee remains focused on a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic in the summer. We're still in a pandemic, and we should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Nader.
I just wanted to raise the issue of repetition.
Repetition from what? From the
That's about the 16th time Ms. Duncan has said the exact same thing. She's on the verge of relevancy on a lot of these points. Let's get back to the motion at hand, the amendment.
I think actually it is relevant to say that, the prorogation study, all of these amendments, whether it's the first or the second motion, continue the study. But yeah, of course, you guys can Ms. Duncan has the floor, I guess, but I find it to be relevant, and I find it to be also very interesting at this time that there are other studies that this committee could be doing that's relevant to whether we want to vote one way or another, the members want to vote one way or another on this, the motions that are before the committee. So I think I still find it within the realm of relevance, and if she is emphasizing a point by repeating it in her speech, that is for effectiveness and emphasis, and that's a style that some speakers use when speaking. And so I don't think that alone could be called repetition. So I mean, I'm finding all this information very interesting, and I gotta say, I don't want to bring my riding into it, but my riding's test positivity rate is 22%. So the 10% rate that Kirsty was mentioning, we're at 22 in my riding. And it's very concerning to me. So I'm finding this information interesting. Yeah.
Madam Chair, could I speak to the point of order?
Mm-hmm.
Madam
yes,
Chair.
Mr. Turnbull and then Mr. Kent.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to Mr. Nader's point of order. I think repetition is a well-known rhetorical device. It's been around since the Greek polis. So, it literally is part of our democratic history. The sophists use it. I'm sure Mr. Nader has used it from time to time as well in his speeches. I don't think it's very fair to interrupt Ms. Duncan on the basis of repetition. I think she's emphasizing a very important point that she feels passionate about, and I would appreciate it if the member were to respect the fact that she's I think making a really valid argument. I certainly feel passionately and strongly about her words, and the repetition in there is the emphasis, and I think that's important.
Mr. Kent?
Yes, to the matter of relevance, I think all members of the committee should remember that if the motion had been passed on February 23rd, we would have heard the witnesses, and we would indeed be dealing with other issues of substance.
That's a good argument that you make, Mr. Kent, and perhaps now that Ms. Duncan has the floor back, she could probably, if she wishes to answer, but I guess that's an issue of debate, and that's a debate that I guess the other members would have to satisfy you on. So I'll give the floor back to Ms. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank all my colleagues for their questions. And I would just like to say it is a very hard time in Ontario. And Madam Chair, you're right. the average test positivity rate is 10.8%. But in some communities, those numbers are much higher. And, my heart goes out to everybody who has worked so hard, who has put community and country before themselves, our frontline healthcare workers and our essential workers. As I've said, we were in a pandemic in the summer. We're still in a pandemic, and we should hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. I was fortunate to be part of a very special Zoom on Saturday with our Sri Lankan Tamil seniors of Etobicoke to celebrate Tamil New Year, but also to bring people together virtually to hear their experiences during the pandemic and to talk about the importance of getting vaccinated. How many times have I raised seniors in long-term care? Canada has the worst record for COVID-19 deaths in long-term care homes compared with other wealthy nations. In Canada, between March 20 and February 2021, more than 80,000 residents and staff members of long-term care homes were infected, and outbreaks occurred in 2,500 care homes. 2,500. And Ontario experienced the largest increase in excess deaths at 28%. Well, BC had the smallest at just 4%. That's what my community cares about. My community cares about knowing that we are doing everything possible to protect our seniors, those who helped build this country. We had an absolute tragedy that took place last spring in long-term care homes. And that tragedy was repeated in the second wave in long-term care. This should not have been a surprise. Infections spread quickly in long-term care homes, whether it's influenza or gastroenteritis. And here, provinces had warnings. They saw what happened in Europe before COVID-19 hit here. Ontario was aware as early as March of 2020 that 98% of COVID-19 deaths in Italy had involved elderly people with pre-existing health conditions and should have been recognized. That risk should have been recognized. Yesterday, we heard from Ontario's Auditor General that the province's decision to delay implementing mandatory measures to protect the spread of COVID-19 in long-term care homes may have contributed to the devastating toll. The province began providing initial infection prevention and control direction to long-term care homes in February 2020, but it was framed as guidance. And it was ultimately up to home operators to decide what actions to take to protect the elderly, frail, and ailing residents. By the time an emergency order was issued in early April, requiring that all staff and essential visitors wear masks, there had already been 500 confirmed cases among residents, almost 350 confirmed cases among staff, and almost 100 deaths. It would take another 2 weeks to issue another emergency order restricting staff from working in more than one home. That order came nearly a month after officials in British Columbia took similar action. In light of how quickly COVID-19 spread in long-term care homes, every day that implementing mandatory requirements was delayed made a difference in the effort to control its spread. That sickens me. It sickens me. There was warning and not enough was done. There was not clear direction. Actions were delayed, and there was not the necessary inspection to make sure homes were complying with containment measures. Instead of focusing on a partisan motion, we should be talking about what Canadians care about. And what they care about is that we need to do better next time, because there will be a next time. It is time to write this report to this study, move on to being better prepared for the future. That's the job of this committee. But if there is not a way to go forward, I, like my dear colleague and friend, Mr. Turnbull, believes we should be inviting the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Youth. And just like I have been doing since the beginning of March, I will ground my remarks around the pandemic, the issue that is the number one concern at Etobicoke North, the burning issue for our country and the world, one of the two global crises the world is facing, which of course are COVID-19 and the climate crisis. Let me talk for a moment about what is happening worldwide with COVID. Globally, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to intensify, and this committee should...
Madam Chair, point of order.
Ms. Vecchio?
I realize, and just like Ms. Duncan, I know that we are all very, very concerned with this, but we are now going very farther, each day further, or each moment further and further. We were talking about, instead of talking about the fact that we didn't close our borders, they were talking about long-term care homes, what the provinces were doing. Now we're talking about international things. If we look down at this motion is about the right about prorogation. I recognize that COVID, it would just be like if we're talking about the budget, it's a big thing, but I really question how far off are we going to go when it comes to relevance. I do really question the relevance when we're coming here. I've questioned the relevance for the last 10 minutes. And I'm just wanting to know, are we, I just find that we're just so out of the realm of what we're talking about. Even from 2 months ago, at least 2 months ago, we were talking about the motion. Now it's just whatever we can put in to fill in time. And I'm just asking that, can we actually get back to the motion of prorogation? I have not heard the word prorogation, by the way, in the last hour. So I'm just kind of wondering if we're going to start talking about the motion.
Okay, I'll remind the member to link all her remarks back to the issue of prorogation at hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. We prorogued. There was a pandemic. We were in a pandemic last summer. We're still in a pandemic, and we should be hearing from our Deputy Prime Minister. And I do think it's important for this committee to understand the context, and I will make 2 points here. Cases are rising internationally for 9 straight weeks. Deaths have increased for 6 straight weeks. And we're all seeing what is happening in India. It's beyond heartbreaking. Yet this committee remains focused on a partisan motion. We were in a pandemic last summer. The reason we prorogued, we're still in a pandemic. We need to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Public health measures have restricted many parts of life. They work, they save lives. Vaccines are giving us all hope, but vaccines alone will not end the pandemic. We have the tools to bring this pandemic under control in a matter of months, but only if we use those tools consistently and equitably. This past Sunday, a World Health Organization advisor, Dr. Peter Singer, he's a Canadian, had a message for Canadians. And he said that dawn is coming. And he said that his comments came on the heels of soaring COVID-19 case counts in Canada, which had peaked at over 9,000 cases daily. 9,000 cases daily in April. And as I've talked about, Ontario has faced a crushing third wave with record-breaking daily cases and ICU stretched to their limits. Dr. Singer says it's the darkness before the dawn. There's really no question that the situation in Canada has been very tough and that many people are suffering. I want to bring it home. This pandemic is the worst global public health crisis in 100 years. We were in a pandemic last summer. We prorogued because we were in a pandemic. We continue to be in a pandemic, and we should hear for our Deputy Prime Minister. This is a few days old. Over 11 million vaccines. I think we're we're much higher now, have been administered in Canada, and dawn is coming. But we have to keep maintaining the public health measures, the masking, the physical distancing, avoiding poorly ventilated indoor spaces. While this is some light, we have to keep maintaining public health measures. But this committee remains focused on a partisan motion. Again, we prorogued because there was a pandemic, we're still in the pandemic, and we should be hearing from our Deputy Prime Minister. Here at home, Ontario continues to struggle. Ontario made a formal request to the Canadian Armed Forces to help deal with a surge in critical care cases associated with COVID-19's third wave. A spokesperson said they made the request for assistance for the Canadian Armed Forces and Canadian Red Cross organizations. In addition, looking for health, human resources, logistical, operational support, and the military will help. Yet this committee remains focused on a partisan motion. Now, I heard from my honorable colleague, we haven't mentioned prorogation. I've mentioned it over and over. There was prorogation because we're in a pandemic. We continue to be in a pandemic. We absolutely should be hearing from our Deputy Prime Minister. I will just finish by saying that no matter what Canada does here at home, there's a much bigger issue that could impact the real end date of the pandemic, and that is vaccine equity. It is the challenge of our time. And while my colleagues don't seem to be interested, this international...
Point of order.
Yes, Ms. Vecchio.
Madam Chair, I really respect this member, but now she is talking about vaccines, and I was hearing a bit of a twinge where there wants to be an attack. If you're going to talk about things, at least let there be relevance. And right now, I mean, you're talking about a debate that probably is taking place in the House right now because we're talking about the lack of vaccines right now. I really want to get down to the relevance of this motion. As Mr. Kent had noted, this started on February 23rd. We have now wasted 10 weeks of our time, probably about 35 to 40 hours. Every single person who was on that motion on February 23rd would have been actually able to be here in the committee, already given the testimony. We would have already written this report. We probably would have already tabled this report. But now we're 2.5 months and we continue to just sit here and talk about it being a partisan motion. Yes, there is a partisan motion because it is coming from a different party and not from the Liberals. It is a motion that has been put forward. There is a reason for prorogation, and the Prime Minister in 2017 indicated that he wanted to be responsible and accountable to all Canadians. We have asked for his presence as he had changed those standing orders in 2017, and to date, we have not seen him, nor have we had a reply. And even with Mr. Turnbull's motion, there has been not one single person, including the Deputy Prime Minister that you continue to indicate, has not had the courtesy to respond. So perhaps one of these members can pick up the phone and call the Deputy Prime Minister and ask what the holdup is. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand your frustration, Ms. Vecchio. It's definitely been a very long road that we've been going down, and perhaps, you know, we can have a vote at some point on the amendment and re-invite those individuals, and it would give me something to work on as well, to try to get those witnesses before us, and I would like nothing more than that. So Ms. Duncan, I guess you were wrapping up your remarks, and perhaps we'll maybe get to the point Ms. Vecchio would like to see at this meeting today.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, and thank you. And I wasn't here on February 23rd. I, of course, was in mourning. The point I was making about vaccine equity, we have to tackle this globally. And right now, the vast majority of vaccines are going to high or middle income countries. Only 2.2% have gone to low income peers. We have rapidly spreading variants. There has been inconsistent use and premature easing of public health measures, fatigue with social restrictions, and dramatic inequity in vaccine coverage. All have led to an alarming spike in new cases and death. I, Madam Chair, have been speaking at length. I thank my colleagues for their attention. I thank them for allowing me to bring the voice of Etobicoke North to talk about the pandemic here in Canada, and particularly in the province where I am a member of Parliament. And I am glad I was able to bring science, evidence, and fact to this debate. And I will pass the floor to one of my dear colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Duncan. I appreciate that and your passion for science and, of course, facts. Mr. Turnbull, you are next.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to just acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Duncan, for her incredible advocacy and work in the past, and her incredible remarks that always focus on what I think Canadians want us to be focused on, which is the global health crisis that we're living through and struggling through all together. And I think she's pointing to the many lessons that we should be learning and the incredible amount of work that we've done, but also that we still have left ahead of us, because I know Dr. Duncan knows full well that this pandemic is not over. And I would just, I really wish that we could focus on studies and motions that use our time to focus on what Canadians most need right now. And I think, I've been arguing, and I may repeat myself a little bit for rhetorical emphasis as well, Ms. Vecchio, and I hope you don't mind. Again, I studied ancient Greek philosophy. I know the roots of democracy that come from that. And in fact, repetition is a rhetorical device. It's been known for a long time.
Point of order, I think you meant that little shot at Mr. Nader and not myself. So he got maybe directed to the right person at least.
Well, Mr. Nader didn't have his camera on, so I wasn't sure whether he was listening.
Shots at whoever you can.
I was listening, Mr. Turnbull, and I too have studied the ancient Greeks and political philosophy and public administration and political science and parliamentary procedure. So I would love to see a debate relevant to the motion at hand that can be quickly disposed of, so we can get to the work of this committee rather than filibustering for nearly over 2 months now.
Well, wonderful. So buckle up, because I have quite a lot to say. I hadn't finished making my argument in our last meeting, but I ceded the floor to one of my colleagues because I felt like I was slightly dominating the airwaves, and I don't like to do that. I believe that everyone deserves a chance to express themselves on this committee. We're all equal members of Parliament. We all represent constituents who have points of view that are exceptionally important to us, and it is our job to express those points of view. So I've made an argument that is directly relevant, Mr. Nader, to the amendment that I put forward in support of that amendment. And I've been making it for multiple weeks. As you know, I was away for a short period of time due to sickness, but I'm glad that I'm back and, can make my views known. But, my argument really is building, each of my speeches and remarks have built one on the other. And like Ms. Duncan, my colleague, who I respect and admire so much, I really believe in science, evidence, facts, research. I believe in making rational arguments. And I've mapped out my logical argument just, like I took enhanced logic way back when I was in my undergrad in philosophy. And I use that every day because, I think it's really important that we understand the logic behind the arguments that we make, and that when we come to debate, we actually debate things in a way where we're willing to be influenced by each other's point of view. And I think that's the very heart of democracy, dialogue actually, and dialectics, which is the heart of democracy, is that we approach truth through an open debate process whereby the principle of sufficient reason actually is the principle that we all subscribe to, where we approach the truth together, although we disagree along the way. We express varying perspectives that differ, but that we give something up every step of the way. And so there's kind of compromise built into the very art of debate. But we don't see that in many of our debates, especially on this committee. We see, as Ms. Duncan said, partisanship over truth, over facts, over reason. And I really feel that strongly that what I've put forward as an amendment to Ms. Vecchio's motion was really an attempt to compromise. It gives you something. It gives the opposition parties something that they wanted. I.e., I've left in the Honourable Bill Morneau and the Kielburgers to be re-invited back to the committee, which I don't really feel need to be brought to the committee, to be honest, but I left those in as a bit of an olive branch. The two ministers that Ms. Duncan spoke eloquently to, wanting to hear from, and this is very intentional that those were left in there, is the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, the Honourable Chrystia Freeland, and the Honourable Bartosz Chagger, the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. And there's very good reasons that those two were left in there. But before I get into that, I want to summarize my argument that I've been making. And I'm glad that Mr. Atchison is here today. I don't know if you've been at PROC this time around, but it's great to have you. And I'm glad you're here to hear the summary of my overarching argument. And so I am, and my colleague, Mr. Amos, is also here, who hasn't been in attendance on this committee as far as I recollect, but it's great to have you. I know you're a real advocate for the environment and climate action, among many other things. Have such respect for you. And I will be making some remarks related to that, because I think this pandemic has taught us something about, not only the inequities in our society and the deep economic impacts that we need to recover from, but also the opportunities that we have to build a stronger economy that's more sustainable and helps protect our planet, while hopefully perhaps protecting us to some degree from more incidents and public health crises like we're going through now. Certainly, I think climate change can be linked to the incidence of communicable disease, and I know that pandemics could be far more frequent in the future as the climate warms. So I won't go down there yet, because I'm going back. I want to summarize my argument. So, I'll make a few points, and then I'm going to go into more depth and detail. And I hope Mr. Nader hasn't tuned out and is still listening. So our government's been, first of all, I want to say our government's been more transparent than any government in Canadian history when it comes to prorogation. Okay. I've said this, but I'm saying it again. I'm repeating myself because I don't think it's sunk in for some folks out there that we've tabled a report. Like, our government in the past, Parliament actually is the one that put forward and changed the standing orders to require a report to be tabled in the House of Commons to explain the rationale for prorogation. That was the first time in history that change was made to the standing orders. It was done by our government. And then when we prorogued, which hadn't been done in the entire term of Justin Trudeau's Liberal government, whereas, it was done in 4 times, I think, in Stephen Harper's time, so when you think about it, we only used prorogation for a very good reason, and we complied with the rule change to the standing orders, which required a greater degree of transparency. We provided a rationale, a report, a significant report. I've read it. I'm not sure whether every member on the committee from the opposition parties took the time to read it carefully, but I certainly feel that in their remarks in the past, they haven't really assessed it on its merits. And I think there are merits to that report. There's also merits given to the testimony of our government House leader and the many others that came before this committee, as we, the Liberal members on this committee, agreed to do a study on this very topic. It wasn't required for us to do that. We agreed to that. We allowed opposition parties to call witnesses. We all had a chance to scrutinize the testimony of those witnesses and ask them questions, and make our arguments. And now what we've gotten at the end of this, despite the willingness on our part and the commitment to that level of transparency, and no real argument that the opposition has made against the merits of that report or the testimony, but a presumption that somehow there's some ulterior motive that is political in nature, and this seems to be the driving force behind Ms. Vecchio's motion. So again, so I feel very frustrated just by that, because I think we've made major improvements. There's so many other things to focus on. We've been more transparent than any government in Canadian history when it comes to prorogation. And still, that's not enough. Still, it's not enough. So what more does the opposition really want here? And what really is the driving motive behind the motion that Ms. Vecchio put forward? I would say, the We Charity issue, has been studied over and over again at other committees. Ms. Shanahan has been involved in some of that and spoke in our last meeting about just how that work even continued after prorogation. So there's really no reason to go on another fishing expedition in this committee, PROC, which is, I'm told, the mother of committees that, I think we have really important other business to attend to. So with all that said, in an effort to be, to compromise and give a little bit more opportunity to extend this study and have a few more witnesses attend and give testimony, I put forward an amendment that I thought was very reasonable. And it's still no movement. Still, it's partisanship over science and evidence, over facts and information. In a global health crisis, the proportion of which we have never known in our lifetimes, 100 years. We say it's unprecedented, and I've said this before, I kind of hate using that word these days because it's just so overused. But it really is something I never thought I would live through or experience in my lifetime, to be honest. And my parents, even my grandmother, who passed away this year during the pandemic, had never lived through a crisis like this. So really we have almost no, although we've learned a lot from other outbreaks that have happened, the SARS outbreak, Ebola, etc. There's other communicable diseases that I think that have taught us things. We really haven't learned the lessons, and we don't have any real memory of the, I know it's called the Spanish flu, and that's probably not the right term to use. So I know that it was named, and there's probably some controversy around that, but Ms. Duncan can maybe speak to that at a later date and knows probably so much, infinitely more than I do about that. But I'll just refer to it as the Spanish flu for the moment, and I know that's incorrect, so my apologies to her for all her astounding work in the area. But I want to get back to my argument, which is that we prorogued Parliament. There's that word prorogation that Ms. Vecchio was looking for. So this is relevant to prorogation. Prorogation was done at a time that it made complete sense to do so. It's absolutely rational for a government that was working full court press for many, many months in a row to reassess and reevaluate between the first and second wave of a pandemic. I think that makes sense to me. In addition, the process that we went through, there wasn't, again, I've said this before, we didn't sit around and do nothing during that time. There was so much work and consultation that really was undertaken during that time. There's interdepartmental meetings. I myself participated in something like 15 to 20 different consultation sessions, some in my community with constituents and some with caucus, the various caucuses that we had. And those all informed a new speech from the throne. And when you look at that speech from the throne, and opposition parties have stated over and over again that there's nothing of substance in the speech from the throne. I've heard them say this over and over again, and I'm like, how can anyone say that? Well, I've done a full analysis of it, and last time I actually outlined about 15 or 20 themes and parts of that throne speech that are unique, that were not there before, and that were context dependent. In other words, they were grounded in the public health crisis. They came out of that, and they're supported by evidence, research, consultation work that was done. So it wasn't as if they came from nowhere. They came from the very process that was undertaken during the time of prorogation. So again, this seems to be common sense. Like as I reflect on it over and over and over again over the course of the time that we've been debating this, I come to the same conclusion. And I'm very much a critical thinker. I studied philosophy for 8 years in university. I taught it around the world. You know, I'm a critical thinker. I criticize myself just as much as I do the opposition members or anybody else. So, you know, reflecting deeply on this, I still can't find any reason to really support the opposition's intended motive or their narrative that they seem to be adamant about trying to boost or prop up at all costs. Here's the main point, though, that I want to make, and I've made this over and over again, and again, it's repetition for emphasis' sake. If a global pandemic is not a good enough reason for proroguing Parliament, then nothing is. Then nothing is. Literally, I mean, I can't think of a better way to say it than that. I've reflected on it over and over. Stephen Harper prorogued twice, one in 2008, one in 2009, and he claimed the recession at the time, so the shock to the economy of that recession was his reason for proroguing not once, but twice, to reevaluate and assess the impact on the economy and work on the plan to help the country recover. So, and what I've maintained and I've argued and I have ample evidence for, piles of evidence for, Mr. Kent, is that this pandemic is at least 10 times worse in terms of economic impact than the 2008-2009 recession. At least 10 times. And that was just based on information that was available in August 2020. So at this point, we've gone through the second and third wave, which were much greater than the first. And I would suggest to you that my information, because I'm using information that's based on the time that when prorogation actually happened, that was available at that time, to demonstrate to you that the government in power that I'm very proud to be a part of, was using that information to inform decisions that were made about what appeared in the throne speech and what then appeared in the fall economic statement, what then appears in our 2021 budget. And, you know, so like when you can draw direct links, logical links, rational links that are based on evidence and consultation that was done across Canada to the things that appeared in the throne speech, how can anyone even maintain the claim, any rational person, how can any rational person maintain the claim that there's nothing in the throne speech that justifies reasons for prorogation? It makes absolutely no sense. It's nonsensical. It's absurd. It's absurd given the evidence that we already have. So why are we here? Why are we doing this? There's at least 4 other motions that we have in this committee that my colleagues and I have tabled or put on notice that we could be doing, which are significantly, exponentially, infinitely more important than this staring in the rear view mirror. You know, I quoted last time a really highly respected doctor at the World Health Organization, Dr. Michael Ryan, And, he said, like, we just can't afford to be staring in the rearview mirror. Like, we need to be ahead of the curve of this pandemic. And curve after curve, wave after wave, we as Canadians have been behind. We're not in front of them. Dr. Duncan said this so eloquently, but I believe it wholeheartedly too. We are behind the curve every time. We need to move faster.
Agree.
Okay, great. Let's move on then, Ms. Vecchio. Let's move on then. Let's drop the motion.
Agree.
Are you withdrawing your motion? No? Okay. Well, I thought maybe I had convinced you. Vain hope.
Point of order, though. Point of order. If the offer from Mr. Turnbull is that we dispose of this motion, let's have the vote right now. I think we've heard enough. Let's move on. I think it's only the Liberals who have been participating in the debate. So if they're eager to get on, I think we're ready to go. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. I appreciate your points as always. I do have a little bit more to say though on to fill out my argument. So I've highlighted some of the architecture of the argument, some of the main sort of features of it, these sort of beams. But I want to build out with some of the actual material that I've prepared to substantiate claims, because I don't make claims to things that aren't based on evidence and facts. Certainly, occasionally, I would put my opinion into my arguments and perhaps would overextend a little bit. I'm only human. But in general, I would reevaluate if someone contested that, and I would think critically about what I've said and try to, find out whether, my opinion was something that was based in facts and evidence. And then I would revise my opinion if I found that it wasn't substantiated by facts and evidence. Again, this is literally is the heart of democracy, and I think if we lose the sense of the pursuit of truth, then our democratic system will suffer dramatically over time. And this is why I speak out against disinformation coming from the opposition that I've seen over and over again, is because I cannot stand by and let the public be intentionally misinformed, at least I feel in many cases. So again, I'm going back to my argument. Again, the main point of my argument, Mr. Kent, is that the global pandemic in terms of economic impact is at least 10 times greater than the 2008-2009 crisis or recession. It's almost a blip at this point compared to what we're living through today. And for me, when I think about it, the evidence that's out there is really supporting the fact that this pandemic is greater and exponentially greater in terms of impact. So on the economic side, and I see this through the sustainability lens. So I'm looking at the economic impact, the social impact, and the environmental impact, and thinking about how we recover from this, and how at the time of prorogation, the government took some time to reevaluate and reset the agenda so that it could really understand these impacts in a fulsome way and come out with an agenda that really expressed the needs or focused on the needs of Canadians. And I think that process was rigorous. It was authentic. It was genuine. It was evidence-informed. There was a lot of listening that was done. It was true to what I believe is good governance and responsible governance. In terms of the economic impact, the depth of the economic impact cuts across and is uneven across industries, which I've said before. We've seen remarkable declines in output from the economy, 5 times greater in August of 2020 than in 2008, 2009. Historic declines in all economic activity. The recovery has been uneven across industries. There's been historic declines in labor market activity, steep losses in the highest impacted sectors. There's an overall context of business uncertainty, and this is where I went into more detail last time. And then there's structural challenges in the heavily impacted sectors that are limiting them from being able to recover from this pandemic at the same rate. So, and there's many examples that I have of this. Last time I was going into depth on the heavily impacted sectors and some of the statistics on those. But before I go back to some of those thoughts and remarks and some of the evidence that I've gathered, I would like to just outline the rest of my argument. So notice there's deep economic impacts that are unprecedented, and I've covered subpoints there that all support that. But also this provides a rationale for why the Minister of Finance and the Deputy Prime Minister would be a good person to have appear before this committee. If we're entertaining extending this study, which really, when it comes down to it, I don't think is completely necessary, because as I've argued over and over and over again, the evidence stacks up in favor of this, the explanation we've given as being sound and rational and well supported by evidence and data. So I'm again saying that if there was a need to gather some additional testimony or have some additional testimony at this committee during this study, the Minister of Finance would be one of the most appropriate individuals to have come before us, because who better has been studying and has a whole ministry that is responsible for understanding the depth of economic impact. So I really think that it would be great to have Chrystia Freeland, Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister, come before the committee for that reason. Now, my second major claim is that there's been social impacts during this pandemic, and I've outlined a whole bunch of those in many meetings ago. But I also have a lot more equity issues and inequities that the pandemic has caused, and we have, and I shouldn't say caused inequities, because those inequities, preceded the pandemic, but it exacerbated many of those. It highlighted them in a way that it's unignorable at this point. We cannot go back to the same systemic barriers that racialized minorities in this country have faced for generations. We cannot go back in terms of the hard-fought gains won by the women's movement in this country, and we cannot afford to allow women's equality and equity and full participation in the workforce to be hindered by this global pandemic. We need to address these structural and systemic inequities that are present, and there's many more of them. So I'm just highlighting a couple, but we've seen that there's unequal impacts on Canadian workers. So there's these create challenges for a robust and inclusive growth. Visible minority groups have had or were at much higher risk of work stoppage during the first wave of the pandemic, but also I think in succeeding waves. There's been an unequal impact on low-wage workers, far greater than in 2008 and 2009. There's long-term effects of COVID-19 that depend on the degree to which layoffs become permanent job losses. So, this is just part of it, but it really highlights the unequal impacts on Canadian workers. Then there's another point I'd like to make related to equity. Immigrants and visible minorities have been the hardest hit. So, and in the report that's here, that the social and economic, this is the front page of it, this social and economic impacts of COVID-19, a 6-month update on September 2020. Again, I'm using data from the point in time that I think would have been most relevant at the time of prorogation and would have informed the throne speech. And so it only included data from March, I guess, through till August, I believe. But anyway, the point being that data shows, and I think this would prove over and over through updates that have been given by the Chief Statistician of Canada to this report. I haven't gone back and done the comparison, but I do have the other reports. I just haven't had time to go through them. But if this debate were to persist, I could always do an analysis and I'd be happy to do that, because I feel like this is an opportunity for me to learn and be a better member of Parliament, and be able to advocate for my constituents and, in fact, all Canadians, by understanding the depth of the social, economic, and environmental impacts of COVID-19. And I should say, or opportunities, because I think with some of this, I think what we can see is that these challenges, this crisis has shown us that there are opportunities to address the systemic issues that we have in this country. And I think that's why folks like my colleague, Mr. Amos, and his work as the parliamentary secretary at Innovation, Science, and Economic Development is so important to me, and inspiring, because our ministry under his leadership and Minister Champagne's leadership, and Mr. Baines before him, is really looking to build back better and find innovative solutions that are market-based and that leverage our strengths and deal with inequities. They launched the 50-30 challenge, for example, which I was over the moon excited about, which encourages much more diversity, equity, and inclusion within all organizations and employers across Canada, and people can voluntarily sign up for that challenge and ensure that at least 50% of the workforce is women, is represented by women, and especially in management and board level positions, and ensure that there's upward mobility in those companies and organizations for all women, but also for 30% to be, from equity-seeking groups. And I think that workforce diversity is something that, if we can get more employers to be voluntarily signing up for. Again, this is a program that was launched, I think, based on evidence and research that's come to light during this pandemic, that there's these massive inequities across our economy, and that we need to address those. So, it's great work. It's great to have you here, MP Amos, with much love and respect for you. Really, really glad you're here. I'm going to get back to my argument. So, immigrants and visible minorities have been hit the hardest, disproportionately have been represented in jobs with greater exposure to COVID-19. So, and I've covered a little bit about this in the past, that the hospitalization rate is much higher, at the 4 times higher was the amount that I recollect, but I have the notes somewhere here. And the mortality rate was 2 times higher. So again, it's tough. Now, the chief statistician in their report actually talks about this being double and triple jeopardy for visible minorities and immigrants that are working in many of the lower wage jobs and frontline in frontline essential services. So visible minorities were more likely to work in industries that are been the worst affected by the pandemic. The impact of COVID-19 on immigrants' employment could reverse gains in recent years. These were conclusions drawn from that report. Immigrants and visible minorities are more likely to face harassment and stigma as a result of COVID-19. This is just unacceptable to me when we see the increased incidence of anti-Asian racism and anti-Black racism in our country. It breaks my heart. Like, we cannot let this happen, and this is the result of a pandemic that has disproportionately impacted certain groups, and other portions of our society blaming those groups and taking their frustrations out on those people. This is Like this, honestly, I could cry over this. It breaks my heart when I think about it for those people who have already been marginalized, excluded, in systemically in many ways, who've been on the front lines, who've taken the health risks, who've been in the lowest wage jobs, and whose gains in our economy are jeopardized by this in years to come. And they're the ones that are experiencing an increased incidence of hate and violence and stigma. Like, I don't even know what to say. It's just appalling. It's appalling on so many levels. Like, how much are they expected to take? How much are we going to let this be a reality that that is a lived experience for those people in our country, our precious country, our Canada, our home? That's not my country. Like, I don't believe in a country that fosters hate and intolerance, and I won't stand for it, that's for sure. And I know my colleagues here won't stand for it. And we've got to do a lot of work on this, and I think it requires systemic or systems level change. And that's what my life has been about. That's what my whole career has been about, is how do we work collaboratively towards system level change? And it's like a concert, with many instruments playing and resonating at the same time, because we have levels and layers within our society, and it's complex systems. I am dealing with the motion because this fits in the architecture of my argument. So I'm not sure why Ms. Vecchio is interrupting me, but go ahead, Ms. Vecchio. We can't hear you though.
Oh, you're not plugged in. We still can't hear you, Ms. Vecchio.
Oh. Thank you very much. And although I respect where Mr. Turnbull's coming, talking about systemic racism as well as the information regarding women. A point of order on here, I'm just looking at what we're actually studying. We're studying the prorogation. And I just want to inform him that because of prorogation, 2 studies, one on the systemic racism and policing that was started actually in spring of 2020, has yet to actually be tabled. And they're still working on that because of prorogation, put a 2-month stoppage on this. And in Status of Women, on July the 8th, as the chair, there was the plan to be tabling actually the Status of Women report on what has happened to women during this pandemic. And it talked about childcare, it talked about domestic violence. Once again, because of prorogation, the meetings that we had, the meeting was on July 7th, 8th. It was in final steps of interpretation. We could not do that because of prorogation. So once again, more studies have been delayed. So I believe because of prorogation, actually, we've made this worse and longer, because the studies that we had done on these really key issues that we saw in the first 3 months, which we actually study not in PROC, we actually study in Status of Women, we study in public safety, not in PROC. So perhaps he can get back to the relevance. And if he wants to talk about these things, keep in mind that was due to prorogation that some of these studies have yet to be even tabled. And so this government has actually delayed work on racism. So I just want him to note that and maybe get back to relevance.
I think the relevance that Mr. Turnbull has been pointing to is that there was a shift made after prorogation when it came to the Thrones.
Madam Chair, I question that, because those are 2 studies that we're actually in the middle of. If he really wants to determine, this government and our committees were actually working on this pre-prorogation. These were 2 of the significant things that were being worked on, both in public safety.
Agree. I agree with that point. So I was going to say that, I guess, a part of your point of order.
This is not a part of what's new. These are things that we have been dealing with beforehand. So perhaps you can get to the relevance of the motion on the prorogation and why we still have not heard on these witnesses coming. He's talking about 2 other committees that were prorogued as well, where things were delayed, just like in this committee. Let's talk about this committee and stop talking about the work that got delayed because of your government. And perhaps, if you want to talk about why your government prorogued and delayed these reports, go for it. But please stop patting yourself on the back.
So I think part of your intervention is a point on relevance. And in terms of relevance, I do think, Mr. Turnbull has been linking it back to the reasons for proroguing. And then part of your comments are debate as to what cons have maybe come out of that as well. And so I guess the debate portion is not really a point of order, but Mr. Turnbull could wish to address it if he pleases. So I'll hand the floor back over to Mr. Turnbull.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I'd be happy to address Ms. Vecchio's comments as always. I was actually getting to the main point or conclusion from the many. Where did Ms. Vecchio go? You don't ask a question and then disappear if you run an answer. No, just having trouble with your camera, I see. Okay, no problem. So what I was saying is that because immigrants and visible minorities were hit the hardest, which is a conclusion made by the chief statistician in the report that was produced right before prorogation, that information directly guided some of the work and the themes that were in the throne speech. Remember, last time when I spoke, I think I spoke at length, and I gave you, Ms. Vecchio, many examples of things that appeared in the throne speech which addressed systemic racism. And maybe I should go back to that and just repeat that, since perhaps you didn't recollect. But there's taking action on online hate, collecting disaggregated data. There's an action plan to increase representation in hiring and appointments in the public service. There were take steps to acknowledge artistic and economic contributions of Black Canadians, justice system reforms to address systemic racism, training for police and law enforcement, and one that I'm very happy to see that was in the throne speech was about inclusion and diversity in public procurement. And those were all things that were in the new throne speech that I would say were supported by the evidence that I'm citing from the chief statistician, and that our government has been working on. And I have many examples of this, actually, if Ms. Vecchio would like to hear those, of just what our government has actually been working on that relate to addressing systemic racism.
Point of order?
So,
do I get a point of order? Do I get an answer there? He asked if I wanted to hear them or not. Do I get to respond? Because the answer would be no.
Okay, Mr. Turnbull, go ahead.
Well, why'd you ask the question then? I would say you asked the question and I'm answering your question and you don't want to hear the answer. With all due respect, Ms. Vecchio, you don't seem to be interested in the arguments and the facts and the evidence. And that's one of my main arguments that I'm making here today. And I feel, pretty confident that even your response there is another signal that you don't care about the facts and the evidence.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Ms. Vecchio, is it a point of order or debate? Because I think it's going to a point where we're kind of not using the SIMS protocol to...
We're definitely not using the SIMS protocol, but what I want to say is, I really appreciate Mr. Turnbull, but please don't question my work ethic or what matters to me. That is really wonderful. That's lovely, but no personal attacks are necessary. I'm happy to hear you speak. You asked a question whether I wanted to hear it. I responded with a joke because something, listening to this stuff for over 40 hours has been a joke. You guys have just continued to talk and talk and talk. And yes, some of the stories have been really interesting, but come on, guys. Stop talking about how everybody is messing around with the plans and what's going on this committee. The only people who have been doing this filibuster have been Liberals. This 5 minutes that I'm wasting of my time right now is because we can't get to a motion. And perhaps there would be better discussions if you actually propose something that was actually going to get something. We have been working behind the scenes, as you must know, Ryan. I'm sure you're aware that we've been working behind the scenes. But you guys haven't changed things. So perhaps you should get more involved with the leadership and find out that nothing's changed. I got stuff back. I've been on this. I've been very actively working on this, Mr. Turnbull. Please do not question my integrity, because that's probably the one thing that I have going for me. But let's stay relevant, okay? let's question ourselves why we're still in this filibuster. And let's also recognize that you guys are the ones talking, not us. If you wish to move on and get business done at this Procedures and House Affairs Committee, then let's get it done. Or if you want to continue to play political games as you have done since February 23rd, keep on talking. Thank you.
I'd just like to say, Ms. Vecchio, you have plenty of things going for you, not just your integrity. And I don't think, hopefully no members will question each other's integrity on this committee. And I, as the chair, do appreciate your reference to whatever, the work that you've been doing behind the scenes. That's much appreciated at getting us to some resolution. And hopefully we do get to one soon. So I'll hand the floor back over to Mr. Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks to Ms. Vecchio for her comments. I didn't at all mean to question her integrity. I was questioning the authenticity or genuineness of the question that she asked me, because when I was undertaking to answer that question and provide evidence and examples to substantiate what I was giving her as an answer, she promptly interjected that she wasn't interested in hearing that. So, that seems a little disingenuous to me when you ask a question, but then you don't want to hear the answer. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning your integrity as a member of parliament, nor would I ever do that, because I don't believe in what's called ad hominem arguments, which are attacking the person rather than the argument. I can disagree with you and the things you say, but I would never disparage you as a human being, because I respect you and I value you. There's a big difference. And I think Ms. Duncan talked about that, and about bullying, and about the way that we operate and conduct ourselves. And I believe strongly that debate and differences of opinion and perspective and arguing about things from different perspectives makes us all better and smarter and makes our democracy work. But I think it has to be done with an authenticity to getting to the truth and to working together on our shared and common interests as Canadians. And that's where I think perhaps we get snagged sometimes when parties or individuals put partisanship over progress. And so that's how I'm feeling. And I'm not saying others have to share that perspective, but that's my perspective. And I'm allowed to express my perspective. In fact, it's my job. And to do so is also, I think, my, as I've learned, a privilege that I have as a member of parliament. So getting back to sort of my argument here, I was saying that immigrants and visible minorities are more likely to face harassment and stigma. Also, the evidence that the chief statistician put together shows that at the time, and I think this may have, I'm not sure whether this has changed at all, but the trend was that immigrants were more concerned with the health impacts. They were more willing to take precautions and follow public health advice, given the statistics at the time, but that they were also less likely to get the vaccine. So there was a higher degree of vaccine hesitancy among that segment of the population, statistically at least from the data that was gathered at the time. Again, this was relevant in August 2020. There was also a huge amount of evidence that showed that immigrants and visible minorities were overrepresented in low-wage jobs that were at risk of replacement by automation. And this is another trend that I was shocked to see. I'm sure some of my other colleagues perhaps know more about this than I do and the true extent of it. But many of those low-wage jobs were at greater risk of being replaced by automation. And that, again, it's, for immigrants and visible minorities, the compounded layers of vulnerability and inequity that they experience is so much greater than many other Canadians. And I'm not saying, again, that to disparage any other segment of the population at all. I think it's the reality that we have to acknowledge coming out of this pandemic and work towards corrective actions and solutions that help to address these massive structural inequities. They're not, they weren't intentionally done to anybody, but they're ways in which our economy and our systems function that perpetuate, injustice in our society. So again, back to the point of prorogation and the argument that I'm making, which is that these inequities are another reason, and a very substantive reason, why the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Youth would be the most appropriate person to testify at this committee. So, Ms. Fecchio, you can't say that this isn't relevant to the argument and the amendment that I've made, because it is. I mean, it's backing up why the amendment focuses on those two ministers and why they would be the best politicians to come before this committee to testify as to those inequities that we've experienced, and I think would be best to fairly represent the extent to which that's a reality across Canada, given this is their portfolio. So I want to move on now to the third major sort of point, which is the environment, which I noticed was something highlighted in the Chief Statistician's report. And it was highlighted more as an opportunity, which was interesting for economic growth and resiliency. And there's a few trends here that I think are important for us to keep in mind. And I'm going to get to the main conclusion that I want to make, which is something that was said by several opposition members way back that really bothered me, and I won't let it go ever, because it really struck me as something that was just, again, untrue, which was that they claimed that the Build Back Better message was nothing more than a token phrase, that it had no meaning. And for me, I've said and claimed over and over again that it has hugely significant meaning for our economic recovery, for building a Canada that works for everyone, that's inclusive, equitable, just, fair, resilient, and sustainable. And that's what I stand for. Like, I would work my whole life towards that vision, and I feel very passionately about that. So I won't give that up, and I won't allow other members to claim that this is some empty phrase, because I feel so adamantly that this has so much meaning for us as a country. And yeah, Build Back Better, we could change the phrase and market it a different way. I don't care about that. But the underlying meaning behind it, that I subscribe to that, and the vision that it represents to me, is something incredibly inspiring for us to work towards as a country, that I think our government is committed to, and that's why I'm proud to be a member of the Liberal Party. So I can't let that go. I won't stand down, and I won't I won't give that up, because it's so important to me, and important to my constituents, I will say, because I have many constituents that want to see us build a sustainable economy. And I get people coming to my office and calling in every day with ideas. They know me as someone that's interested in those innovative solutions that have social, environmental, and economic impact. And they're interested in seeing us be a leader on the global front in leading the way. Anyway, back to my argument. So digitalization was a trend that was documented in the Chief Statistician's report, and it's driving structural change in all of our industries. So employment growth was seen in the digital economy, in clean tech, in environmental services and solutions and protection. And it's interesting to look at that the growth was pretty stable and significant. And I'm sure my colleague, Mr. Amos, will be able to speak to this perhaps, and if he wants to, but I associate him with a great champion for our environment and his role in as a parliamentary secretary. I kind of relate all these innovative solutions around this as something that he is very passionate and knowledgeable about. So I hope I'm not assuming too much, Mr. Amos, but anyway, also digitally intensive industries have higher growth and rates of innovation. So this was another conclusion that was made based on the evidence and statistics in the report that I keep referencing. Also, teleworking was another major area that was highlighted, and the prevalence of that. So obviously teleworking increased significantly. People are working from home. But what's interesting to note is the share of businesses with at least 10% of their workforce that were teleworking doubled from 16.6% to 32.6%. Again, this was as of August. So so a greater number of businesses had at least 10% of their workforce that were teleworking. And 1/5 of businesses expect 10% of their workforce will continue to telework after COVID-19. And that was back then. So I would say that trend has continued through, wave after wave of COVID-19. And teleworking capacity is greatest in industries such as finance, education, professional services, information and cultural services, and public administration. But it's interesting to look at digitalization really does not equal jobs. And it's interesting to think about how automation is replacing low-wage jobs, and teleworking is allowing higher income earners and families to be able to continue working in a pandemic or any other type of crisis. So again, think about how the inequity is perpetuated by these two trends that we see within our economies: digitalization and teleworking. So basically, if you're a lower wage worker, you're much more at risk of having your job replaced by automation. And if you're teleworking, or if you're only those who are in higher income brackets are the ones that are able to telework and tend to be the higher income earners. So I also want to make a little bit of more, or substantiate a little bit more my argument around environment and clean tech as a key growth opportunity. And I think I always have to, and I have a climate activist who's again in my community who communicates with me all the time about every step that we take. And he was one of the founders of Pollution Probe. And is the manager of sustainability at the region, or was, until he quit out of protest because our local region wasn't doing enough, in his opinion, to address the climate disaster that has been long predicted. And he reminds me that our government's work on climate change and climate action is progressive. It's ambitious, and it's increasingly ambitious, but it's not enough yet. We've got to do more. We've got to push ourselves, and I think we're going to continue to do that. And one of the things that he reminds me of is that we can't just look at, like we've said over and over again, that the environment and the economy go hand in hand, and I do believe that that's true. And I believe that the economy can grow, and there are significant opportunities, under-recognized or under-leveraged opportunities right across Canada to grow our economy and address climate change at the same time. But I think what he reminds me of constantly is, yeah, but it's not just about that. It's not just about growing the economy. We can't see addressing climate change as just embedded within the same economic model. Like we have to address it with the immediacy of a crisis, of a global crisis. And what's interesting about that is I come back to what this pandemic is teaching us and has taught us. and we can't be stuck in the rearview mirror or looking in the rearview mirror. We've got to be ahead of the curve, and in order to really truly make progress on these global crises that we know are coming. Climate change has been, climatologists have been telling us the same story for 30 years, that this is coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's like we're headed towards a wall and we're staring in the rear view mirror, and we can't afford to do that anymore. So this pandemic is teaching us to be resilient. It's teaching us to adapt more quickly. It's teaching us to change our systems and the ways that we work to be more collaborative and more responsive, and to listen faster, and be attentive to the movements that are bubbling up from the grassroots, and to be able to catalyze that momentum more quickly, and into direct action that's supported by all layers of government. And I think, to me, that's what the pandemic has taught me, that we need to do a better job of that. And that's going to take a lot of work, and a lot of leadership, transformational leadership, which is not the same as organizational leadership. Anyway, in this chief statistician's report, they've documented the growth potential is highest in clean electricity, clean technology goods and services, the research and development in this space as well, construction services and support. Examples, I've got all kinds of examples from my community of entrepreneurs and businesses that are doing great things. There's a gentleman who started a business that has created a essentially like a battery pack that attaches to your electrical panel, and will store, it can be hooked up to a solar panel on your roof, and it will store energy to get you through a blackout period for 2 to 3 days, to run your entire house on that. So if there was, a natural disaster of some kind, you as a household would be able to run your entire household. So I remember back when I was in university in Ottawa, and we had the ice storm, the Ottawa ice storm, and it took out all the power lines, and we had no power and heat for over a week. And a big deal compared to what we're living with today. Really, no big deal. But I remember it was pretty shocking for people to live through, and really. So this gentleman and his business have come up with this great solution. It also saves people money because they can run off their battery pack during peak times. So when there's peak pricing, with the type of pricing that we have, at least in Ontario, I'm not sure about other provinces, but so it's a really helpful. Almost energy retrofit to a home, for example. But there's so many other examples of great work that we can be leveraging. I have Ontario Tech University, which is in the riding beside mine, which is in Oshawa, but Whitby is beside it, and many, almost 50%, I think it's of their student body is from Whitby. I think I got that wrong. I might have overstated that, but anyways, it's a large number in some of their programs, and they've partnered with a bunch of organizations to develop a battery cell center of excellence, where Canada can become a leader in developing advanced battery cell technology. And this is a really big thing when you think about what's ahead of us and how we need to electrify almost our entire use of electricity. We've got to electrify cars. We've got to electrify everything, and then obviously use renewable energy to actually generate. We need renewable energy to be the source that we use to generate all electricity. And that transition is going to take quite some time. So, but I think solutions like the ones I'm talking about are things that our government is looking to support. And back to the chief statistician's report, 3.2% of GDP overall. So a fair amount, not, could be more for sure. Clean electricity makes up 40% of the GDP in the overall sector. So that's good. ECT, I guess, is the term used for this industry. Offers 320,000 jobs across Canada, and jobs are relatively high paying and high skilled. So 92% of them are full time, 8% of them are part time. The average annual wage for ECT jobs is almost $75,000, whereas the national average is $53,000. 2/3 of ECT jobs employ workers with some post-secondary education. 72% are taken up by men, and 28% by women. So I think this is a real problem. It's a problem that, again, points to the inequities that we see, even in the areas where we've identified growth opportunities. We need to also be looking at how we further women's equality and equity for all equity-seeking groups, in fact, to take part in the new green economy that we're passionate, or I'm passionate about building. Again, I think these opportunities have been well documented, and I'm sure that the Minister of Finance, and given the budget and the $17.6 billion that have been dedicated to this, in many respects in the current budget, I think to speak to those investments and how the evaluation and reevaluation of our agenda at the time of prorogation led to all of these things. And certainly they started, I have to acknowledge, some of this stuff was not entirely new, because our government has been committed to many of these things prior to prorogation. But I think there was a lot of reevaluation that was done, and a lot of lines that can be drawn. So let me just see here if I have. I definitely have more to say, but I think I've made my case for the moment in terms of why I think we need to build a sustainable economy, and why I think the amendment that I made is more than reasonable, that prorogation was completely rational and justified, and that the outcome of prorogation was a new agenda represented by the throne speech, and then built on through successive steps afterwards. And I think is all very consistent with what our government, our House leader, what our report that's been tabled in the House and referred to this committee has said. So, and I've tried to justify why I think the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister could be called to this committee or re-invited to testify, and why that makes sense given the context and the rationale, and the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. And I think that's rational. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time that you've afforded me, and I appreciate being able to make my remarks and my argument, and to back it up with evidence. And I won't apologize for repetition, but I did repeat myself a couple of times, but it was purely for emphasis sake, and just to make sure that members, opposition members in particular, don't forget, because repetition is a rhetorical device that's used to emphasize and make sure that human beings who forget things or sometimes don't listen, and that's all of us are naturally inclined to occasionally tune out, but that things stand out in people's memories, and I think repetition is a good device. So I hope I didn't repeat myself too much, but I did feel like it was necessary to drive home my argument. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Ms. Pettypat-Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to cede the floor to Mr. Amos, as he's new to our committee, and I think he has some thoughts that he wants to share with us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amos. Welcome to Procedure and House Affairs. I know you've been here for the last several hours now, but go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a privilege to join you today. Plaisir d'être parmi vous.
The interpreter apologizes, but the sound is not working.
Thank you to interpretation. So your voice is echoing. You know, it sounds like you're going. You know, it's nice to be here today. Day. So it's the same thing that we were. I don't think that was even a joke, but that was interesting.
Madam Chair,
I'm not sure.
Madam Chair, it's Justin, the clerk of the committee. We should suspend and we'll try to resolve the issue again, but it's not clear if we'll be able to resolve it expeditiously.
Yeah, just a short suspension then, just to resolve it, and if not, we'll have to unfortunately go to the next speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
next on the speakers list is Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos, I think your problem could be intermittent, so it seems to be resolved momentarily at this moment. Hopefully it doesn't reemerge, the problem, but you can just start and we'll have to stop you if it does occur again. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to adjust my camera one last time. Thank you to the committee for welcoming me today. This has been a very interesting discussion already, and I want to note my appreciation for MP Turnbull and MP Duncan, whose learned and helpful comments I think are really advancing the conversation around this amendment. And before I begin, I'd like to start from a place that will lead into my comments around the pandemic and prorogation and the importance of this amendment. I want to start with the land recognition for the Algonquin Nation, on whose territory I sit here in the small town of Chelsea, Quebec. C'est très bien connu à travers le pays.
Throughout the country, we know that in the National Capital Region, where our Parliament and the House of Commons is unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and of the Algonquin nation and people. And of course, we all recognize the importance of Aboriginal people and peoples with whom we have a very special relationship. But in the context of this pandemic, I feel it's important for me to salute and recognize their importance, if only because they've taught us a lot. The Algonquin Nation has taught us a lot during this pandemic.
Discuss prorogation as we discuss the amendment brought by MP Turnbull, which contemplates the bringing forward of two exceptionally important witnesses to help the public understand the relevance of a parliamentary reset at this critical juncture in Canadian history. It's important to understand how each of our communities is experiencing this moment. MP Duncan did a fabulous job, I thought, of bringing the voice of her constituents forward to this committee to help us appreciate the importance of the amendment in relation to our constituents. I would like to do the same, starting with the experiences that I have learned from with the Algonquin communities of Kitigan-Zibi and Rapid Lake, because these communities have, along with so many, been turned upside down and had to fundamentally reconsider what it is to be in a community, to provide security and safety and adequate health services to their people, which is what we're doing across the country. And that's what we have been challenged with since day one, on that fateful day when a pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization back in March of 2020. And so I think it is germane to the conversation of prorogation and to our government's desire to take a step back, assess the broader needs of the country, be accountable, and step forward with a speech from the throne that would be reflective of the that particular moment. And as we as members of Parliament have reflected ourselves on our constituents and their experiences, we've had the opportunity to bring this information back to the government, and certainly in the context of the communities of Kitigan-Zibi and Rapid Lake, it has been, I think, very helpful to our government to understand the distinct experience that they have had. I'd like to underscore how it is so particular in many on many reserves, First Nations reserves across Canada. So particular because quite often the provision of healthcare services is a partnership between the community, healthcare professionals, and the Government of Canada. And this is certainly the case in the Algonquin communities that I represent. And whether it's in relation to procurement of vaccines and then the distribution of vaccines to these communities, whether it's in relation to the procurement and then distribution of rapid testing in these communities, whether it's in the procurement and distribution of personal protective equipment, on all of these healthcare fronts, there have been distinct conversations that have been very challenging at times, because the communities recognize that the danger that they face is a distinct one, with so many elders whose knowledge of the culture and the language, whose health circumstances are so threatened that it doesn't just threaten human individuals and family members, and of course that's tremendously serious, but it affects literally the nation. When one can count the number of fluent Algonquin speakers, not on two hands, of course, but they do not number in the thousands. And many of them are older and most vulnerable. So these are the circumstances in which the conversations around what are the next steps, what are the needs, how are we going to move forward as a nation, as a Canadian nation, as the Algonquin nation, these are the kinds of conversations that have come up. And so I have been particularly blessed to have the learning opportunities through my colleagues, Chief White Duck in Kitigan-Zibi, Chief Rat in Rapid Lake, as they have themselves struggled and wrestled with the implications of this pandemic. And there have been outbreaks, and those outbreaks have caused great consternation among the members of the nation, far and wide, in communities that may not have been suffering an outbreak, of course, because there are so many families that are connected in the language tradition, which is so linked. So I would simply say that I think we can all appreciate, as distinct members of Parliament representing different regions, that the lived experience of every Canadian through this pandemic has been one that is unique and distinct, and each one of us has a particular voice that is so important to bring forward, whether in the context of this standing committee or in relation to the government's broader performance. And therein lies the relevance of the prorogation process, of that reset, that stock taking, the ability to come together, assess, and project a vision forward that satisfies and maintains the confidence of the Canadian people. That to my mind was the fundamental significance and importance of prorogation. And I think the witnesses that MP Turnbull prioritizes for this motion are altogether the appropriate witnesses. I won't go. I'm not going to get into the partisan dimensions of it. At the end of the day, this committee is the master of its undertakings. It can determine at a later point if further witnesses may be needed, but I think that it would be a great start to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, from Minister Chagger. They can shed important light on what was going on in the run-up to prorogation. And certainly, we now have the benefit of hindsight. And MP Turnbull spoke to this in the latter stages of his commentary. We are all well aware now of the chain of events which started with prorogation, through the speech from the throne, into late November, a financial update, and then through the budget process, culminating recently in the federal budget. All of these critical elements, which ensure that Canadian views are incorporated into a governance plan, which make clear what the government's priorities are and are not, and which lead, I think, Canadians to an appreciation of how their values are or are not being reflected in the government's priorities. So I think that we saw some very important things in the speech from the throne pursuant to that prorogation that made it very clear that the government did want to take a series of significant steps forward in a series of significant new directions that Canadians needed to understand clearly. They needed to appreciate and assess in relation to their own priorities. I know my constituents in the fabulous and vast riding of Pontiac wanted to have their say, wanted to convey their preoccupations, because they had lived, as had we all, 6 months of pandemic, a lifetime of pandemic, it felt like at the time. And they wanted to know where our next priorities were. And so I can think of no better witnesses than those proposed by MP Turnbull. And I look to the speech from the throne, I look back with hindsight, and I see so many distinct priorities which did require elucidation through that speech from the throne to ensure that Canadians were being brought along and understanding where our government was going. For example, I don't take it as a given that every constituent of mine in the Pontiac was aware of our government's priority of reforming the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. I don't take that as a given at all. It was important to indicate clearly that this was a direction our government was going to go. And if I take a further step back, because I would like to return to that theme of clearly identifying to the Canadian public priority areas where our government was going to move forward. I think it's important to recognize that the government was in a situation where, yes, there was a pandemic to manage, the number one priority. Everything else was going to be secondary. That's what the Canadian people expected. And the economic challenges associated with with the pandemic were to be another top priority. Understood. But Canadians have also expressed, my constituents in the Pontiac, whether they're from small towns in the upper Pontiac like Chichester and Îles-Allumettes, Sheenborough, tiny places, some of them 200, 300, 400 souls, or whether they were in the suburbs of Gatineau that I also represent. They sought assurance from our government and clarity in direction from our government around our ability to not fall victim to what some, including Mark Carney, have referred to as the tragedy of the horizon. In my writing, we sometimes like to say being able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And some people like to text at the same time as they do those two things. Point being, they wanted to know that we would be able to manage a pandemic, cope with the economic struggles that so many are facing, whether in small businesses, workers, distinct sectors, family units. They wanted to know we could cope with the immediate crisis related to health and the economy while still being able to focus on the future, while maintaining our gaze on those issues that are top priorities for the country at any point in time, such as climate change. We all know that the climate change crisis is not going away. We all know it's real. We all know that we need to bring measures forward to deal with it. And that is the whole purpose of the prorogation process, was to ensure that focus, that clarity of direction, and that ability to indicate exactly how we were going to deal with the pandemic, the fundamental approach that the Prime Minister has adopted since day one of standing behind all Canadians and having their backs, but also to be able to progress on files of significance that have a relationship with the pandemic, but which may not be strictly the pandemic and the economic recovery. So to go back to that logical sequencing of prorogation, speech from the throne, fall economic update through to the budget, we now have that hindsight, of course. We can see clearly the purpose of prorogation being to clearly outline these priorities. And as I mentioned, and MP Turnbull was very kind to point out a passion that he and I share, and that I know so many of us collectively share around environmental protection. The speech from the throne was abundantly clear. In fact, there was an entire section dedicated to the new and stronger directions that our government would be taking on a fact-first basis, on an evidence-based basis, to address climate change, to tackle toxic regulation. Et j'aimerais continuer dans cet aspect-là parce que.
And I would like to pursue this because this is very important. And I'm talking about the discussion about prorogation and the effects it had. What we wanted was a new plan to address climate change. In the throne from the speech, this was one of the promises. At the end of the fall, 2 months later, we were delivering
a very detailed plan, the most detailed plan in the history of Canada, with investments of historic importance, putting together an industrial policy and a transformation of the economy, and all this within ways to protect the environment. And then days later, Bill C-12, which allowed us to create an accountability framework, all linked to the objectives that we are signatories to on a world scale. And then later, we tabled a budget with historical investments and a planning, a year-by-year planning with the accelerator plans and many other things. And I won't get into details, and I would not want to be not relevant in my speech, and because now is not the time to talk about the budget. I'm just trying to show that it was a series of things. It's a process. There was the prorogation, speech from the throne, the economic update, and Bill C-12 and the budget, C-12 being on environmental accountability. And just recently, also the great news about our international targets.
On voit comment la prorogation a permis cette évolution.
You can see how prorogation was necessary in setting the direction that we had to take. It set where we were going and how we were going to get there, using what process, using which consultations, and that was all disclosed. As a matter of fact, thanks to prorogation. So I think it's very relevant for this committee. And I think that it would be very important to have an opportunity to put questions to our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in particular, and hear what she has to tell us. Because clearly, prorogation gave us that opportunity to frame in a very specific way the direction that this government was going to bring Canada in within the context of a pandemic.
We now, we are now in a third wave situation, and Canadians are looking to the today. They're looking to tomorrow. They want to know. They want to know when are they going to be able to get back to normal. They're looking forward. If they haven't had their first vaccine already, they're looking forward to it. And these are the conversations which are future-oriented that Canadians want us to have, because they know that we prorogued Parliament back at the end of the summer so that we could reset, get aligned, project forward our priorities, not fall victim to the tragedy of the horizon, be able to focus on the here and now, be able to focus on the medium term, be able to focus on the long term. And that's exactly what has happened. And Canadians are now past that moment of the speech from the throne. They have absorbed it. By and large, I believe they've appreciated it. Certainly in the riding of Pontiac, I've heard some very positive feedback. And they have absorbed the fall economic statement. They are aware of how our government has gone through the process of procuring vaccines, distributing them to the provinces, and they are now witnessing before their very eyes the great lift, the massive acceleration. And they're optimistic in wanting to focus on the future. I think we're all wanting to focus on the future. And I think the Canadians are also recognizing that the prorogation process ultimately, as MP Duncan so rightly pointed out, fact-oriented, evidence-driven, and above all, science-focused. And I tip my cap to MP Duncan for her incredible leadership, not just during the pandemic, but well prior, putting in place the building blocks of scientific institutions in our Canadian governance system that have greatly assisted this government. We need only look at the significant contributions of our chief science advisor, Dr. Mona Namer, whose consistent advice, both to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, that consistent advice, which is there because of member MP Duncan's solid work as Minister of Science in our previous mandate. And so I take the opportunity, in fact, recognizing that as prorogation was being contemplated, our government was in a state of constant review of advice that the chief science advisor was providing, and which is ongoing today. Most recently, and this is all available. This is available for the public and for MPs to review. I would commend to you the March 31st report by the chief science advisor related to scientific considerations for using COVID-19 vaccination certificates. An important discussion that many of our constituents are bringing forward. I see correspondence on this issue regularly. Well, this issue has been canvassed by our chief science advisor and by the network of Canadian scientists across so many institutions, academic, research, and otherwise, who are bringing forward the best possible evidence and considerations as our government evaluates next steps. So let's step backwards a bit in time, looking at some of the important considerations at a scientific level. And these all fit into a context of the importance of stock taking, pressing pause on parliamentary proceedings, and restarting in a timely manner, which is what was done through prorogation. Back in September of 2020, again available on the Chief Science Advisor's website, in September of 2020, a report on the role of bioaerosols and indoor ventilation in COVID-19 transmission. It seems like we read about these issues in the news now, but we can't be blasé about the fact that so many Canadian experts in this field of bioaerosols and indoor ventilation came together working with the Chief Science Advisor to deliver pertinent information that has helped our government in the context of the speech from the throne, in the context of the measures identified in the fall economic statement, and so on, and that have helped define the path forward that our government has chosen. Back in the summer of 2020, the chief science advisor issued a report on long-term care and COVID-19. It was a report of a special task force that brought forward considerations around the improvement of long-term care. Now, having been beset by this pandemic for over a year, I think all Canadians will agree that we need our best and brightest non-partisan scientists and researchers, long-term care providers, medical experts. We need them bringing to our government their most clear assessments and their most and their recommended course of action. We need that. We needed it then, and we received that in the summer of 2020. And through the process of prorogation and the subsequent speech from the throne, great clarity has been provided in relation to what our government's commitments are to improve care for our most vulnerable seniors. And so prorogation has enabled the consolidation of our best expert thinking, of external scientific expertise being brought to bear in a nonpartisan, even-handed way. And of course, for discussion with our colleagues and partners at the provincial, territorial, municipal, Métis, First Nations, and Inuit governance levels. So I think that it's fundamentally important that we appreciate what MP Turnbull's amendment is all about. It recognizes that it's a good thing. It's a good thing to discuss prorogation. It's a good thing to be accountable to Canadians for decisions related to prorogation, and then the subsequent pivot into a speech from the throne and a renewed direction being made clear to all Canadians. It's so important to appreciate that a very appropriate offer of key members of the government's executive, Minister Chagger and Minister Freeland, that they're available. And I think it would be I think it would be a good thing for this committee to move forward on the basis as proposed by MP Turnbull. And I think it could help bring us to a place where there's perhaps a greater appreciation of some of the items that were incorporated into the speech from the throne, which may not have been part of the public dialogue or the set of issues that were being currently debated through the spring and summer of 2020, where the focus was just so entirely on COVID and the economic ramifications. So I think these witnesses are entirely well positioned to discuss. I know that having regard to the way the speech from the throne clearly identified, and I referenced this earlier in my remarks, I certainly I do want to loop back to this because it's a matter of both current interest and a matter of personal and matter of Pontiac priority. The speech from the throne clearly indicated that our government was going to reform the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, a law that ensures that Canadians that Canadians and their environment are protected from toxic substances and ensures that such substances are properly regulated and stringently assessed for their impacts on humans and the environment. This law had not been amended in 20 years. The speech from the throne clearly indicated, Canada, this is where our government is going. We are going to improve it. We're going to strengthen it. We're going to have regard to the experts, and we're going to have regard to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, which came forward with a committee report back in 2017 that incorporated 87 recommendations. The government said, we're moving forward with this. And now here we are in late April of 2021. And a couple of short weeks ago, I had the distinct privilege of announcing with Minister Wilkinson the tabling of Bill C-28, another instance of our government delivering on commitments made in a forthright and very clear fashion through the speech from the throne. Tabling of Bill C-28, which would bring toxics regulation in Canada right back to the cutting edge, where it needs to be to protect humans. Again, I'll bring that metaphor of the tragedy of the horizon. Just so important that our government demonstrate its vision to be able to look beyond the pandemic, to demonstrate to Canadians that we're capable of focusing on matters that ultimately go to our children and our grandchildren and all living organisms in the future, because so many toxic substances are persistent, bioaccumulative, and have long-term impacts, generational impacts. So Bill C-28 was tabled just as promised in the speech from the throne, just as enabled by prorogation. And I'm sure the two witnesses that MP Turnbull proposes would be able to comment on the importance of that moment in helping bring us to that the tabling of Bill C-28. And j'aimerais mentionner.
I'd also like to mention to conclude but let me just first look if I've talked about everything here on my notes. So in Bill C-28, we included an aspect linked to environmental justice reform of a vital importance. We are proposing to incorporate this legal concept that all Canadians have a right to a healthy environment. And for my Quebec colleagues, for Ms. de Bellefeuille, if she's still with us, my Quebec colleagues will know that Section 46.1 of the Quebec Charter of Rights and Freedoms does give to Quebecers this right to a healthy environment. But this does not exist at the federal level. So obviously, this is something that's missing, and it's something important that's missing. So with C-28, with Bill C-28, we have proposed this change. And I know that my voters in Pontiac in the Gatineau Valley are expecting better protections in the field of the environment. They expect us to manage a troubled economy because of the pandemic, but they expect us to manage the economy and the environment and the protection of privacy in this digital era. They expect their government to manage all these very important issues. And this is what we were able to do with the prorogation. We were able to step back, assess the situation, and re-engage with all the different scientific points of views and look at all the scientific data and act, and even act more quickly in certain areas. We were able to tell Canadians, here's what we have done, and here is where we're going.
I would conclude on a note of appreciation, because it's rare to have an opportunity before colleagues to be able to share an understanding of the importance of one particular moment, the moment of prorogation as a matter of parliamentary procedure. It's rare to have that opportunity to be able to consider a particular moment, which has important consequences, of course. It stops the business of Parliament and requires a restart. But it's so important to be able to reflect back on that moment, understand the why, and to then be able to shift our focus towards, and what happened thereafter, and why was that prorogation so relevant? How did it enable where we are now? And it's fundamentally important, because where we are now is in a much stronger place, with an economy that is rebounding faster than the vast majority of economists ever expected. We still have work to do. We still have jobs to recover. But the month by month, quarter by quarter acceleration of our GDP growth is nothing short of remarkable. And don't take my word for it. Just have to listen to the latest pronouncements from the Bank of Canada or any of our major banks. We're on the right path. We're getting vaccinated. Canadians are optimistic about this summer. They're appreciative of the fact that we laid out a clear path through prorogation, through the speech from the throne, to deliver on commitments that go beyond health and environment, health and the economy, to link in matters of environment, to link in matters of Indigenous reconciliation, to link in matters of the transformation of Canadian society towards one that is much more appreciative of the important work or important contributions to our future productivity that bringing in more workers can provide, whether that's through immigration or through a child care plan that can benefit so many people. So we have the benefit of hindsight to see what prorogation was all about. It's so much easier to understand why we're in a strong posture now. And I once again I thank my colleague MP Turnbull for making me feel so welcome, occasionally making me laugh, and making me feel as though we're in this process together. And I think we can all recognize that not everyone on this committee is going to share the same views, and we're going to have We're going to have sharp debates, and that is good and appropriate, so long as we all treat each other with common decency and respect, which on occasion has lacked. But we know that we are all in this together, and our constituents expect us to work hard together. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for their patience.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amos. Next, we've got Ms. Lambropoulos. Please go ahead. The floor is yours, and welcome to committee.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's actually my first time speaking at PROC, even though I have attempted several times to speak at this committee. We always happen to adjourn right before my turn, so I'm really, really excited to share my thoughts on this with you today. And yeah, I'm excited. So today we continue to debate on an amendment brought forward by my colleague Ryan Turnbull, which I've had the opportunity to take a look at, as well as the original motion on the floor brought forward by MP Karen Vecchio. And so I wanted to take an opportunity and comment and add my 2 cents to what's the discussions at hand and why I support the amendment. And I apologize in advance, of course, if I repeat anything that's already been said, as I have not heard everything that's been said before my arrival. Luckily I did come in time to hear several of my colleagues in the last few meetings. And so I've agreed with a lot of what certain of my colleagues have said. And so, yeah, during these unprecedented times, I think it's completely normal and it's completely expected that the government would have prorogued Parliament last summer. It's, I think, the removal and the replacement of a finance minister, the biggest, most important role in cabinet, makes it very obvious why we would need to prorogue and why people need to set their priorities straight for the year ahead, especially during such unprecedented times. So I don't see why we're really continuing to talk about this a year later. To the first point in the amendment, the removal of point A from the motion, I do agree that this would be a good move. It seems to me that the Prime Minister has a lot to do and is working hard for Canadians. Le Premier Ministre est vraiment là depuis le début de...
He's been there since the beginning of the pandemic to do his utmost to help Canadians throughout the country. It is very important for him to be able to continue his important work, and Canadians expect that of him.
In the past, Canadians wish to know that the Prime Minister and the government in general are working for them during this time of crisis. The number of cases in Canada is, I believe, at an all-time high in some provinces, such as Ontario. And it just seems to me that, the Prime Minister is probably quite occupied with helping us survive this pandemic, seeing how our government could further help Canadians and their businesses during this time of uncertainty. And so requesting his presence for a minimum of 3 hours, as the original motion proposes, I really don't see how this would be an overall benefit to Canadians, to discuss why Parliament was prorogued a year ago, when, as I mentioned at the beginning, is obvious and should be an obvious enough point. Once again, the finance minister needed time to set her priorities for the year ahead, and I think it's pretty understandable. As for the removal of point E from the motion, I agree with that as well. With regards to the production of records, as is stated in the motion, of all memoranda, emails, text messages, documents, notes, or other records from the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council office since June 2020. In general, I just don't think is a path that we should want to go down. There's a reason why the Access to Information Act has certain exclusions and exemptions, as it strikes the balance between the citizens' right to know and the need to protect certain information in the public interest. With regards to cabinet confidences, In order to make important decisions on government policy, ministers meet to exchange views and opinions on policy matters in order to come to a consensus. And in order for this decision-making process, which literally has an impact on all legislation, including the legislation that has been adopted at a quicker pace, luckily, during this pandemic, to bring help to Canadians at a quicker pace when they needed it most. For this decision-making process to be fully effective, it is important for cabinet ministers to be able to have full and frank discussions, exchanges amongst themselves. And of course, to have the assurance that these exchanges will be protected. And the privacy of these deliberations is protected by the privilege associated with cabinet confidences. When ministers are sworn into office, and once they've been appointed, they take the Privy Councillor's oath, which requires them to maintain secrecy of the matters they discuss in council. And I think this indicates just how important these cabinet confidences are. The Supreme Court of Canada referred to cabinet confidentiality as essential to good government and to the inner workings of government. The process of democratic governance works best when cabinet members charged with government policy and decision-making are free to express themselves around the cabinet table unreservedly. And so to me, while I understand that in politics, sometimes people choose to play games, sometimes they choose to find creative ways to make opposing parties look bad, but when it comes to matters as important as this, that affects the way that government is run, especially at a time when the government has done its absolute best, I would argue, to support Canadians through COVID-19, seems to me to be completely irresponsible. It just seems that by asking to produce documents that are protected by cabinet confidentiality, and that should be protected by this confidentiality, we have to make the public aware of what the implications of this could be for our country. So again, our system of democracy depends on electoral, parliamentary, and decision-making processes in which political parties and political considerations play a vital role, and these processes require confidentiality in order to function effectively and fairly. On a completely separate note, in relation to the removal of points F, G, H, with regards to we.
Ms. Lambropoulos, I was wondering if you could just move your boom mic up a little bit closer to your nose a little bit so the popping sound doesn't happen.
Yep, is this better?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. So on a completely different note, in relation to points F, G, H, I've spoken about this on different committees actually, because obviously at different points this year, similar motions have been moved in different committees. And so it's something that I want to repeat because it's really important to me in particular. We is an organization that I knew as a high school teacher before even coming to Parliament. I personally know students who have benefited directly from the activities organized by we. And what they recently went through because of this pandemic, because what we has recently gone through, because of politics really, was completely unfortunate. They really do great work, and they've helped thousands and thousands of students over many, many years get really great experience for their, that would prepare them better for their future. And so at a time when young people are making such a huge sacrifice in order to help us more safely get out of this pandemic that we're still very much in the middle of, they need our support, our help, programs to help get them out of the house and into the workforce and into new opportunities that will allow them to grow. So many of my constituents have told me how difficult it has been to keep their teens at home recently. While schools are open, they're not open for everyone every day. There are often closures of classrooms due to outbreaks within a class or within a school. University students who have just begun their university experience are doing it from home. I'm sure everyone on this call remembers what university was like for them, what their university years were like, and they were life-changing. I met most of the friends that I have today at university, and yet these kids, depending on their age, may never have that opportunity. They'll possibly never get to experience that. And they're taking classes online. They're building friendships behind a screen, if they even have the opportunity to do so. Their lives have been significantly disrupted in so many ways. And yet we're making this a political issue. For teenagers, I'm speaking to this again because I was a high school teacher. The restrictions that we're facing have meant months and months, we're actually past the year mark, of virtual learning, more time isolated from their friends, the canceling of important school activities. Des activités parascolaires ont été annulées partout.
Many of those activities were canceled because of the very strict rules that there are in schools because of the pandemic. So even if they can go to school maybe one day out of two, even if their classes are not closed because of the pandemic, it doesn't mean that they can have fun like they used to. It's a very different lifestyle now, and most of the students are trying to follow the rules that are set by the government, and they are afraid to be at school. They live in fear.
This pandemic, they're afraid of getting out of the house and of going, because at home, what do we talk about? The only thing we talk about is COVID-19 and how many cases there are and whether or not there were outbreaks in a school. So these kids have had their lives changed from one day to the next, and these are extremely important years for them. They're developmental years. This has left them so much more susceptible to declines in psychological health. And the government tried to do a good thing. It wanted to partner with a very well-established organization that was ready to go to give thousands of Canadian youth leadership opportunities that were so very needed at this time. And so I have to say I was very saddened to see what We Charity went through for political reasons. Sad for a great organization, sad for the young people that didn't get to take advantage of an amazing program. And that's why I was more recently so happy about the companies and the organizations in my riding that luckily this summer we'll be able to hire so many students and young people through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. So at least there's a silver lining, in some areas. And we have some other great plans for youth in the coming year, thanks to Budget 2021. So things are starting to look up. But to rehash this entire thing and drag it on, literally rehearing things that we've already heard at so many different places, I just think is not the way to go. Committees have already seen the Prime Minister, the founders of We, and pretty much everyone else who's listed in the original motion put forward by MP Vecchio. So I don't really see how we would have any value added from a meeting like this or from a study like this. But my colleague Ryan Turnbull has come up with a great amendment that would still allow for some of the questions in the motion to be answered, and so I definitely I can live with that. I don't think it's necessary to talk about the same thing over and over and over again. And I think Canadians definitely want us to be focused on things that are more important, on moving forward, on the programs that we're going to continue to offer to them to help them get past this. Literally zero of my constituents have reached out to me to tell me that this is what they want the Prime Minister to spend his time doing right now, talking about last year's prorogation. Not a single one of them. And what Canadians across this country want to know is that our government is there for them during this pandemic, that we will help them get through, whether we're talking about supports to businesses, help getting back into the job market if they aren't already, financial support when they fall sick or when they need to quarantine because they've come in contact with people who have tested positive for COVID-19, getting access to vaccines so that they can finally get back to their lives. This is the one thing everybody wants right now, is to get back to normal. And rehashing something from last year just isn't really moving in that direction. And again, prorogation, which is something that I think most Canadians understood why we prorogued. Not one of them, even when we prorogued last summer, not one person sat there and complained to me that we prorogued. They were very understanding of the fact that, you know, it was necessary at the time in order for Minister Freeland to be able to properly plan with the Prime Minister and Cabinet to see what the priorities were going forward and what types of extra supports they can give to Canadians during this unprecedented pandemic, unprecedented time that we've never had to experience in the past, at least not in my generation and in most of the people on this call's generation. So they want to know that we're there for them. And getting access to vaccines, you know, that's not top of mind right now. I know in Quebec, that's the number one thing that people are speaking to me about when I make calls during, days where I call my constituents. That is the main thing that they're concerned about. You know, people in my age bracket who today, actually, it was announced that they'll finally be getting access to vaccines in early May. So I'm really, really happy about that. And all adults will be able to get vaccinated, at least in Quebec. I don't know how it's going in the rest of the provinces, but I think these are the things that Canadians want us to focus on, and finding out, you know, whether or not we're going to be able to supply our own vaccines in the coming year, which we've obviously invested a lot of money in our budget 2021 to be able to do biomanufacturing here in Canada. And so it's really, I think that those are the most important issues right now. If that is what they want the Prime Minister and the government to be focused on. And so I don't know how many times I can say it, but I really support my colleague, MP Turnbull's amendments to the original motion. If it were up to me, not even that would be done, because I think that this committee could be, utilizing its time a lot better than to talk about this motion and to even do this type of a study. I feel like it's a big, I think we definitely have a lot more important things that we could be discussing at a time like this. But I just wanted to, add my 2 cents to this discussion. So I thank you all for allowing me to speak today, and I may be back. We don't know if your speeches may inspire me to come back and maybe add some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lambropoulos. It was really a pleasure to hear from you. Next, we have Mr. Long.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. I didn't have the opportunity to do a sound check, so I do want to make sure that I'm set up okay just for the interpreters. Can somebody give me a heads up or hands up?
You're good, Mr. Long.
You're
okay,
good.
Thank you. Thank you. So, look, it's a pleasure to be back on PROC. I certainly want to thank MP Lambropoulos for her wonderful input and speech. It was uplifting, very thought-provoking, and also MP Amos, who I don't know if he's still on here or not, but a wonderful speech. And obviously prior to that, my good friend and rookie MP Turnbull, it's great to have him back. His speech was fantastic. His hair looks good. He's on point. And, as always, a very thought-provoking, sincere speech. So I mean, we're here again. We're talking about obviously many things, but we're talking about prorogation. We're certainly talking about NP Turnbull's amendment to the motion, MP Vecchio's motion. You know, I thought for those tuning in this afternoon, listening with great interest as to what their parliamentarians are doing, you know, I just pulled up a few articles here too, and you know, I just want to go back. What is prorogation? Well, prorogation of Parliament suspends all parliamentary activity, including all legislation and committee work. This clears the way for a new session of Parliament and a relaunch. You know, of an agenda that can only begin with a new speech from the throne, which, you know, clearly happened. And I think this is probably my, you know, fourth or fifth time speaking to PROC or on PROC, I guess I should say. And just let me throw it out there for all of us to consider. The Conservative Party wants us to study prorogation. And that's fair. But just let me quote, and I've got a lot to say here. And obviously, you know, MP Vecchio's motion called for the Prime Minister to come. And so just let me quote this. And I quote, "We are proroguing Parliament to bring it back on exactly the same week it was supposed to come back anyway and force a confidence vote. We are taking a moment to recognize that the throne speech we delivered 8 months ago had no mention." And I mean, who would have thought? Had no mention of COVID-19. Had no conception of the reality we find ourselves in right now. We need to reset the approach of this government for recovery to build back better. And those are big, important decisions. And we need to present that to Parliament and gain the confidence of Parliament to move forward on this ambitious plan. The prorogation we are doing right now is about gaining or testing the confidence of the House. Now, who said that? Whose quote was that? That quote was from the Prime Minister. That's what the Prime Minister said. So, the Conservative Party wants to call the Prime Minister in and ask him about prorogation. Yet, publicly, the Prime Minister has already talked about prorogation. He has already answered why we prorogated, why we needed to move forward. We've heard from the Prime Minister. So again, as I said last time I spoke, I don't understand what anybody thinks they will get from the Prime Minister other than what he has already said and what he has already stated. We've heard from the Prime Minister. We've heard from the House Leader, who was right here, who testified right here before committee after tabling of a comprehensive report. So those that are looking and saying that government hasn't been responsive, that government isn't accountable, it's not true. That is absolutely not true. Now, if we had a situation where, like really in previous governments that came before 2015, that there was a deliberate ducking of the question, avoiding the press, okay, fair fodder, that's different. But the Prime Minister has already stated why he wanted to prorogue. And let me compare it to this. For those who say, shouldn't have prorogued, shouldn't have reset, didn't need to reboot, what have you. Now, let me bring this to terms that I'm familiar with and that I can deal with. A typical Quebec Major Junior Hockey League season is 68 games. Used to be 70 games. I actually voted against cutting it back to 68. I wanted that extra home game. But anyway, 68 games. So let's just look at the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, or you can look at the OHL. You look at the WHL. Obviously, the three leagues make up the CHL, as we all know, who compete for the Memorial Cup, which sadly has been canceled this year. Very sadly. Who would think that 2 years straight now we won't have a Memorial Cup, which we did win, I'm sure, as you would remember me saying, in 2011. But back to my point on prorogation. Now, obviously, you wouldn't call it that in hockey or sports, but that's what happened in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. That's what happened in the OHL. They didn't continue on as normal. They didn't just, we've got a 68-game schedule. We're just going to continue to play and not address and not change and reboot. No. They prorogued in hockey terms. They stepped back. They did a reset. They reorganized. They didn't think they'd certainly be dealing with, sorry about my phone ringing there, apologies. They didn't think they'd be dealing with COVID-19. And I'm sure if you interviewed Quebec Major Junior Hockey League Commissioner, and actually a friend of mine, Gilles Courteau, he would say this. When we started the season of 2019 and 2020, nobody knew about COVID. Nobody was dealing with COVID or a pandemic. Nobody understood what it was. So, sure, you could be oblivious. I think it's irresponsible to continue on as everything is normal. And, we should just do, what we needed to do to, ignore the fact that things have changed. Things did change. And our league did have to reset. So that was a responsible thing to do. They reset. They got a new mandate from the owners of the league. They rejigged the schedule, which has unfortunately been rejigged about 20 times now. But that's what they had to do. And they did it. So again, I go back to this, what would you call it? Amazement by the other side that we needed to prorogue. And, I'll get to this after, but, I'll compare different instances of prorogation in parliaments over, many, many years back, and how, some obviously were okay at that point, but we do it in the middle of, what I'd call one of the greatest health challenges, one of the greatest challenges our country has ever had, full stop. And yet, we need to study it. And, I was going through my notes last night, and that's what hit me. What hit me was that the Prime Minister did comment. He did give his reasons for prorogation. So, as I've asked before, with the greatest respect, of course, does anybody really think that they're going to get any different answers than the Prime Minister has already given? No, of course they're not. I can state that clearly for him. He's already stated it. Now, he could say the same thing, but we already know what he's said. And the fact that we needed a new mandate, a new throne speech, the fact that we needed to, as parliamentarians, as a government, all of us step back. None of us knew. And yes, I know I've talked about this before, but none of us were prepared for what we were going to be faced with when we came back to our constituency offices in March of 2020. Seems like longer than that right now, but none of us knew. None of us knew the crisis that all of us as political leaders in our constituencies would be facing, that we needed to be there. None of us knew what CERB was, or CEBA, and the Canada Recovery and the Canada Response, and all those benefits that we had to produce. But, and again, I apologize to always, trying to compare it to Major Junior Hockey League or, my salmon days in aquaculture. But, what happened in businesses, leagues, industries across this world? They had to step back. They had to reassess. They had to, sit around tables and say, look, we've been dealt with something that we didn't expect. How do we plan for this? How do we come forward with benefits? How do we make sure Canadians, how do we make sure as a government that we have Canadians' backs? And to me, the fact that we did that was the responsible thing for us to do. Every one of us. I think that the pandemic has, in a, look, we all know how challenging it's been. We all know how difficult it's been. We all know how, physically, mentally, emotionally tired all of us are. But we needed to prepare. And we needed to be ready to respond to Canadians' needs. And we have done it. We have done it. We're not done yet. But you know what? We have been there for Canadians. So when we talk about prorogation, and we talk about, obviously all of us, where we are right now, the fact that the Prime Minister has already spoken, the fact that Minister Rodriguez has already testified. I want to go back to my friend MP Turnbull's amendment. I will not torture anybody by reading MP Vecchio's motion. We all know very well what it was. I mean, it certainly was detailed. I'll say that. It was detailed. It, certainly had a lot of people invited. Production of records and communications. And of course, we was in there, coincidentally. We had to get the we charity in there to make sure that we got another pot, we get the pot and we stir the pot and we throw we in there and throw some prorogation in there and we throw some bad government in there and we stir that pot around and we hope that we can brew something that's going to be controversial or something that's going to grab Canadians' interest. No. It's almost a running joke now outside my office. I'm outside and I got my mask on, of course. I'm safe and I'm socially distanced. I'm out there with my book. Where's my book? Anyway, my book. And, I've got some notes and constituents are walking back and forth in the mall. I'm in a wonderful mall here, Market Square. MP Vecchio's been here. I don't think anybody, MP Pettipaw Taylor's been here. MP Morrissey's got his hands up like he's been here. Well, if you were here, I wasn't here. So maybe you were moonlighting as the St. John Ross MP. It's great to see my friend Bobby Morrissey, who I have so much respect for, over there in Prince Edward Island with all those rock star MPs over there. It's like the Mount Rushmore. I always look at Prince Edward Island as the Mount Rushmore of MPs. Lawrence Macaulay, who's been an MP since about 1925. You got Wayne Easter, Sean Casey, and Bobby Morrissey. Well, I'll tell you, if you don't have some depth there, man, crazy. But I think that back to, because I want to keep on topic here. So back to MP Turnbull's amendment. I think he did the right thing. I do. He spent time on it. I know he's very collaborative, works across the aisle. He's not partisan. He's an MP that, number one, loves his constituents, loves his riding, and see it in how he operates. We certainly missed him for a week there when he's a little under the weather. It's good to see he's got some color in his face. I mean, my screen on the computer isn't probably high def, but you're certainly not that pasty gray that you were earlier in the week. You've got a little bit of color, my friend. Your hair's good. That's a good sign. But all that being said, the amendment to the motion, because I do want to keep this, because I can tell our chair is looking at me saying, stay on point. And I'm going to stay on point, Chair. I'm going to keep it relevant. Because I want to talk about MP Turnbull's amendment. Very fair. Fair amendment. And I know we did a lot of work on it. And the fact that, we're renewing invitations to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and Diversity and Inclusion in Youth. Renew invitations issued to Bill Morneau, Craig Kilberger, Mark Kilberger, There's a lot there. Like, this isn't something that just went back and trying to, sweep something that, by the way, doesn't exist. Sweep something under the carpet. It's there. Like, if you got the deputy prime minister, minister of finance, Chrystia Freeland. I can't think of somebody who wouldn't have more answers and be higher profile than MP Freeland. But no, obviously it's not. That's not going to work. And I know MP Turnbull's disappointed. I think we're all disappointed because, and I go back to this, is that when I did my poll this morning, quickly, but there's a lot of traffic out there going back and forth to Tim Hortons, what have you, to get their coffee. I'm just like grabbing people and say, look, give me real quick, give me the top 10 priorities you want me working on. What are the top 10 things you're concerned about? Give me the top 10 things you like about our government, you don't like about our government. I want to hear it all, always, because that's what good members of parliament should do. They should work with their constituents. They should get feedback from their constituents. They should be open to listening to their constituents. I got a lot of good feedback. And, keeping it honest, some I didn't want to hear. But you know what? Any feedback's good feedback because we can all learn from that. We can all be better. I try to be better every day. And the old adage, to stand still is to go backwards. You always need to be evolving and moving forward, challenging yourself. And status quo doesn't work for me, ever. We need to always try to continuously improve ourselves and those around us. We always got to try. So I got the feedback. Some people talked and were very thankful that we extended, the wage subsidy or the rent subsidy, recovery benefit, the sickness benefits, the benefits that Canadians are needing at this time. There wasn't one comment. Again, this is the 5th time I've done this. There wasn't one comment about prorogation, about PROC. I'll be honest, as I always try to be. I don't think I've had one call in my office ever about why we prorogued. And if I did, we would explain why, and somebody'd say, "Oh, well, that makes sense to me." So, I go back and I appeal to members of the committee. And I think I'm just talking to my Liberal friends right now. But it's not an issue. It's not an issue that Canadians are seized with. It's not an issue that Canadians really, to be blunt, care about. And like I said to you before, like I said to all of you before, well, I'm looking at a lot of still pictures here. A lot of freeze frames. I'll tell you a story about the freeze frames here in a second, but that's what disappoints me. Canadians want us seized with dealing with business that Canadians want us dealing with, and that is being good representatives, leading good government, being responsive, advocating for our constituents, getting more vaccines. In this riding, very, very fortunate. It's a wonderful riding. But, look, I think we all see, even things like vaccine hesitancy and false stories spread. And, all of us as political leaders need to show by leadership the vaccines are safe. And the vaccines will help us win this battle. And I was thrilled to see the leader of the opposition get his vaccine, and the leader of the NDP get his vaccine. I can't say whether the leader of the Green Party or the Bloc have received their vaccine, and maybe they have. I just haven't seen that. But that's what we need to do. They're the things we need to be doing as members of Parliament. We need to be leading. We need to be calming fears. We need to be there when constituents need us, whether it's, again, programs, benefits, fighting for them. They're the things we need. So just to cap that off about my, informal poll, again, I ran 0% interest about PROC and PROG and prorogation, and those things. People want to know what we're doing as government. People want to know what we're working on. And I think all of us, every single one of us on this committee can be very, very proud of Budget 2021. I think that budget is a budget that will transform our country. And, we have made strategic commitments that will change the face of Canada for the better. The fact that in St. John, the average cost of daycare is, give or take $500 to $600 per child. And the fact that we have made a commitment to reduce the cost of childcare by 50% in 2022, and then strive by 2026 for $10 a day daycare. Transformational. And, I don't think I'm wrong by saying, although I was corrected and I was a little hesitant by saying this is going to help so many women get back into the workforce. But not only women, caregivers, men, parents, whoever. And we certainly see in New Brunswick that we're desperate for people to enter our workforce. Desperate. And the fact that a childcare program can make it easier for caregivers, moms, dads, whoever is looking after children, to get back into the workforce is significant for us. I heard a number of upwards of 40,000 people in New Brunswick alone could re-enter the workforce because of our childcare program. Because so many people just can't afford. They just can't afford to go to work because of the cost of childcare. So, obviously my constituents want us advocating for delivering things like childcare that was in the budget. Obviously the 10% raise for seniors over 74 years of age. The most vulnerable seniors. Let's be very, very clear. The most vulnerable seniors, the seniors who have the highest costs because of health care, because of extra care. They're the seniors who are most vulnerable. And that was in our platform. We ran on that in our election. That shouldn't be any surprise to anybody. That was in the platform. I say that to people. I campaigned on that. Other commitments, as I said before, the top up of the trade corridor funding, the top up of the housing, the rapid housing initiative. I mean, another item in the budget that I think is totally flown under the radar is the help for students. I had a meeting this week with student executives from my old university, UNBSJ, University of St. John, of which I was the student union vice president, where I got my first taste for politics. I met with the executive of the university, and we talked about our changes to student loan repayment. And they're sensational changes very quickly. And then I'm going to get back to MB Turnbull's amendment to MP Vecchio's motion. The fact that we raised the, what would you call it? The repayable number from 25,000 to 40,000. The fact that we reduced the maximum payment from 20% of income to 10%, that would typically take, if you made $50,000, that would reduce your monthly payment from give or take $486 to $90. Think about that. Think about those changes. Students are thrilled with those changes. They're unbelievable. The fact that we've doubled the student grants from 2,000 to 3,000 initially, now from 3,000 to 6,000. Unbelievable changes. And I know that CASA, the Student Alliance, is thrilled with those changes. And I told the student executive that that's why they lobby. That's why they have Hill Days. That's why they lobby MPs.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Vecchio.
Although I'm really grateful for all of Mr. Long's, talk about our youth, because I think that's really, really important. There's a few different things that we can look at. I think it's very ironic that we're talking about our youth as we're talking about prorogation, and perhaps that's why we're here today as well. But the fact is, the Canada Summer Jobs, that was done in April of 2020, so that's and the Canada Summer Jobs actually was already announced, so it's not even budget. So I'm just saying full non-relevance here.
Okay, Mr. Long, if you care to respond as to how that's relevant.
I would take that point. And it's great to see MP Vecchio always, of course. Truthfully, though, I didn't even mention Canada Summer Jobs. Didn't come out of my mouth. I talked about the student loan repayment and then the Canada's student grants. But I will say that just real quick on Canada Summer Jobs. When I came into this riding in 2015, the Canada Summer Jobs that were allocated by the Conservative Party to St. John Ross were 152 jobs. We doubled that to over 300.
Madam Chair, seriously, relevance here.
I think you've given Mr. Long some ammunition to respond to your question, but I'll sure.
Fair enough, but I'm just hoping. I've been listening to a lot of this and a lot of the things. We're quite concerned. I mean, if he really, really, really wants to talk about youth, then let's go back to actually my initial motion and we can maybe talk a little bit about youth. Thanks very much.
Right, and just to finish that sentence, and I certainly appreciate MP Vecchio's intervention there, but it went from 150 to 320, and this year we upped it again. St. John Rothsay received 425 Canada Summer Jobs. That's an investment of $1.3 million in this riding for students. It's incredible. They're the things that we should be talking about. They're the things we should be working on. Not about why did Prime Minister Trudeau and the Liberal government prorogue Parliament. We need to study this. Again, what frustrates me, and look, I would be the first one. Trust me, some of my colleagues would know. I would be the first one to say, hold on here. No, look, he may need to, the Prime Minister may need to say something here. But no. He's already said it. MP Turnbull's amendment is more than fair because the Prime Minister has already said the reasons why he was proroguing Parliament. So, again, what's the right word? You know what? I need to research that for the next time. It's looking for a question instead of the answer, or a solution or a problem for the solution. It's the real issue here. Let's call a spade a spade. The real issue here is that the Conservative Party hasn't got the answers that they want. It's not that there hasn't been answers. They're just not the answers that they think work for them. And I'm not sure who, who's, in the rooms giving advice or doing the polling but I mean, I guess there's somebody somewhere in the Conservative Party, on somebody's shoulder or a pollster or somebody somewhere is saying, this is an issue for you. This is an issue that Canadians care about. This is something that you need to keep moving on, because it's just like, the adage, it's already baked in. Like, we've talked about this and the public has seen it, and the Prime Minister's testified.
I think he's on mute.
Vous êtes en sourdine.
Oh my Lord.
You're on mute.
Stated. How long have I been on mute?
You're going to have to repeat it because we missed those important lines, Mr. Long.
How long was I on mute?
Not long enough.
Oh.
At least 10 minutes.
Well, look, hopefully you'll indulge. And again, what frustrates me is this. I don't know how that happened. It must have been that. Anyway. But what frustrates me is the fact the Prime Minister's already talked about why he prorogued. The Prime Minister's already testified. Minister Rodriguez has testified. The Kielburgers, again, we talk about that big pot and throwing everything in the pot. The Kielburgers have already testified. The Perlmutters have already testified. I sat on ethics and watched the testimony. I for the life of me can't think of what anybody reasonable thinks they're going to get more. Now, like I said earlier, when I was probably on mute, and I apologize for that. That certainly wasn't my intention. I'm sure a few of my friends weren't disappointed by the mute, but Anyway, things happen. I just don't understand the reasoning on the Conservative side where they think there's something they're going to get that's not already stated. Like, let's ask the question again. Let's try to get a snapshot or a freeze frame or a 5 o'clock quote on the news. Let's try. You know what? I'm going to give you some Wayne Long free advice. People have moved on. And we should too. We should move on. There are so many important things that we could be doing. Madam Chair, do you mind if I get a drink of water?
Yeah, quickly.
Okay.
I mean, it's here at your table, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is right here. So, you know, I really wish that there could be, you want to talk about a PROC. I wish that, you know, my friends on the Conservative side would kind of reset and regroup and say, look, you know what? We've taken this. We've gone as far as we can go on this. We've pushed it to the wall. We made MP Turnbull come up with the amendment to the MP Vecchio's motion, which, like I say, had everything. That had everything in it but the kitchen sink. MP Turnbull came back, said, look, let's compromise. Let's come up with something that we can work together on and get this moving. Seems fair to me. Now, here we are. So I just got a few more things I'd like to say, if I could. I think, Madam Chair, I have a bit more time. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good, because there's a few more things I wanted to kind of get on. I think that the fact that the Prime Minister did his quote, and again, you know, he stated clearly why he needed the PROC and the reasons for it. I've clearly shown how the hockey leagues that obviously I know and love kind of prorogued, if you will, to get a new mandate, to reset their schedules, to reset travel dates and, you know, a President Cup and things like that. Like it's normal. We needed to do it. It was the proper thing for us to do. And the fact that we need to study it and hear from the Prime Minister, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. That's what it's about. It's about hearing from the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister's already clearly stated the reasons for prorogation. And anybody that thinks that they're going to hear anything different than what the Prime Minister has already stated are, I think, missing the mark, to be perfectly blunt. He's already said it. Why would he say anything different than he's already said? I just don't understand that. But again, we're here. We should be seized. Every one of us, every minute of our day should be seized with looking after our constituents, for doing the work that we've been elected to do by our constituents, which is representing them, standing up for them in Parliament, advocating, challenging, pushing, debating. They're the things we should be doing. So I think that, you know, this PROC has done great work. And I think there's been a lot of collaboration and a lot of good effort, bipartisan across the aisle, what have you. Like we all have so many common interests, all of us. But instead of us being seized with vaccines, and like I said earlier, fighting vaccine hesitancy and promoting the fact that we're getting vaccines and more are coming, and our procurement's been outstanding, and we have millions more vaccines coming, and our numbers are rising in the G7 vaccines administered per 100 people. We should be proud of that. We should be proud that we are starting to lessen curves, although we do have, I'm not certainly underscoring the challenges that obviously some of my colleagues too in Ontario and in Alberta are facing, and in Quebec. But there are the things we should be doing. We should be trying to look forward. We should be trying to, focus on Canadians and making sure we're there for Canadians. And also, each and every one of us in every party should be focused on recovery, getting ready for the recovery, making sure that our ridings receive proper investments in infrastructure, and investments in housing, and so on and so forth. And they're the things I'm working on. Like I say, I got one eye on the pandemic, got one foot in that pandemic, making sure that the residents, the constituents of St. John Rothsay are being looked after. But I also have one eye on the future and making sure that St. John Rothsay is poised and set for success once we get past this. And sure, I've dealt with, in my riding even, conservatives that, we were too generous with the CEBA and too generous with the CERB. And the wage subsidy shouldn't have been as long as it was. And the ratio shouldn't have been as generous. And, I don't know, to be perfectly blunt, where we would be as a country if we as a government didn't provide the support that was needed. So, I appeal to my friends and colleagues on the committee. I want everybody to please step back, do your own proroguing, step back, reconsider, reset, and come to the next meeting or later this meeting with a new attitude, a new way to get this done. There's a way out of this. There is a way out of this. Last thing I'll say for now. NP Turnbull's amendment calls, and again, I quote very quickly. So NP Turnbull's amendment, by replacing paragraph B, and I won't read MP Vecchio's paragraph B. So it says, replace paragraph B with the following. Renew the invitations issued to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, which is obviously Chrystia Freeland, Minister Freeland, and the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, each to appear separately before the committee for at least 90 minutes. So NP Turnbull is basically saying that the Deputy Prime Minister will come before this committee for 90 minutes. And but yet that's not good enough. We need the Prime Minister to come when he's already stated why we prorogued, why we had to reset. But no, that's not good enough. So, Madam Chair, I thank you for allowing me to speak again today. I certainly do have a lot more I'd like to say, but I see I have 5 of my wonderful friends and colleagues' hands are up who also would like the floor, and I don't want to take too much time. So I thank you, and hopefully I'll be able to come back sooner than later and speak some more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Long. Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. May I just ask for a 5-minute bio break before I start my speech? If we could suspend just for 2 minutes even. I'm not looking for a long time, but
that's fine. No, it's been some time. We haven't had any kind of an eating break or anything. I'll actually, a lot of people are saying 5, I'll say 10. I think everyone will be okay with a 10-minute break. It gives you some more time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. to order. And we were on Ms. Pettypot Taylor before we adjourned or before we suspended temporarily. So Ms. Pettypot Taylor, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for allowing us to have a short bio break. It's been a long afternoon, and last night I think we're probably all feeling a bit of the late night vote that we had. I know getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning is not always my favorite, but having done a lot of on-call work in my career, I'm lucky that I'm able to get back to sleep, so that's a good thing. So again, we are back here debating my friend and colleague's motion, Mr. Turnbull. And again, Ryan, we are so happy to see you in good form. Everyone's commenting on your hair today. Your hair always looks fine. But anyways, it kind of makes me laugh that everyone has commented on that today. And I also wanted to take a moment to really thank my good friend and colleague, Dr. Duncan, for your really thoughtful remarks today. Christy, every time you speak at PROC, you just educate us. And I know that you work really hard in all of your speeches that you prepare, and you stay up late at night in doing that because you truly care about your folks in Etobicoke, and also you believe in the science, and this is your area of expertise. And when you speak, I truly believe that we all need to listen. And as the government, as parliamentarians, we are really better because of your contributions that you make. So I just really want to take a moment and say thank you. And on that note as well, I would be remiss if I did not give you a shout out on your motion, motion 38, that you're putting together, hoping for a standing committee on science. I just think it's fantastic. And again, just a continuation of the work that you do. So we're just so proud of you. So thank you for that. I also wanted to thank Ryan for your thoughtful comments again today, as always, Ryan, and again, a lot of passion and just really appreciate all the work that you do. You may be a new parliamentarian, but you're an old soul, I have to say. You certainly contribute a tremendous amount to our committee. Will, our friend and colleague, is gone, but again, it was really great to get Will's perspective as well. I should probably call him MP Amos, but we're amongst family and friends here, so he gave some really great comments. And Emanuela, finally, you had a chance to speak today. I know you've been with us on several occasions and we seem to always be cutting you off. So thank you for sharing your thoughts as well on this. And finally, last but not least, MP Long. Wayne always has an awful lot to say, and we always appreciate him, sharing his thoughts and also speaking about not the wildcats. I guess it's the sea dogs. I better get that straight. So he'll be quite offended if I don't get it right. But before I start my remarks today, I guess I was just over the weekend just kind of thinking about this whole debate that we've been having over the past, several weeks now, and perhaps a bit of it sounds a bit redundant or a bit of a refresh. But when I was thinking over the weekend, and it's funny how I wrote something that my friend and colleague Ryan said today, the willingness to be influenced when we have a debate. And I wrote that down today when you said that, Ryan. And I thought to myself, you're absolutely right. Because this weekend, when I was reflecting on the motion before us, I think that for those of you that have been at committee for some time, you've heard my comments indicating that I was really prepared to go straight to the writing the report. If we look at the witnesses, and there's many new members that are with us today, in preparation of this prorogation study, we've heard of a number of witnesses that have appeared before PROC. We heard from many academics, and also we heard from parliamentarians like Pablo Rodriguez, and also staff from the Privy Council. And with their thorough and thoughtful comments that they made, I was really of the position that I thought we were prepared to go straight to writing the report. But again, Ryan has brought forward an amendment, and again, trying to be the mediator. And I guess I always compare Ryan to a bit of the mediator amongst us, always trying to find a spot for us to be able to agree upon. I started thinking over the weekend, though, as much as, yes, I conceded that I would agree with Ryan's amendment, but this weekend it dawned on me, and I don't know why I knew this, but it dawned on me that Minister Freeland is not only the Deputy Prime Minister, the first, female Deputy Prime Minister, I think, in Canada. She's certainly the first female Finance Minister. But even more importantly, why I think that Minister Freeland should be called before a committee is that she actually chaired the COVID Cabinet Committee for a number of months. So who better than Minister Freeland to appear before our committee to really talk about the issue as to why government prorogued. So, Ryan, to your point, when you say the willingness to be influenced during debates and just, you know what I mean, just to really kind of challenge our thoughts, I think more than ever, I absolutely agree. Not only did you have to coax me, but now I'm like, yeah, we absolutely need to have Minister Freeland appear here, because in actual fact, I truly believe that she'll be able to contribute an awful lot to this discussion. And again, she's kind of the second in command, if you will, but more importantly, chaired the Cabinet COVID Committee. And over the past year and a half, let's be frank, we know that our government has really been seized with this. This morning, I have to share with you, I was speaking to one of my former colleagues that worked with me when I was in the health department. He called me regarding something, and he had a baby a year and 2 months ago. So I was asking him how his baby was, and he was telling me, you know, how she's growing up. But he shared with me something today that is relevant to this. He shared with me today that his daughter, at this point in time, is starting to talk a bit. But what is she doing when she's playing with her dolls right now? She's taking a thermometer and checking the temperature of the doll's forehead. Because when she goes to daycare every day, what do? So if you stop and think, I guess just a year and a half ago, we would have never thought that our children would be playing with their doll and putting a thermometer on their forehead to check their temperature. So I guess I just mentioned that short story because when he said that, it just really made me reflect how really life has truly changed, you know, in the past year. And again, when we look at the relevance as to why that we're talking about the issue of prorogation and why that I truly feel that we've done a great study, but we certainly can add the Deputy Prime Minister and also Minister Chagger. I guess I'm still stuck with the point that I know that many of our opposition colleagues have already, prejudged the study. They've already made their points or their points of view known. And even just yesterday and over the past week or two, I've been fortunate that I've had a lot of house duty, a lot of long hours in the House, and I've been able to listen to many debates. But again, I'm hearing time and time again members of the opposition talking about the we issue and making the link between that and prorogation. And again, I just feel it's a bit of a fishing expedition, and I truly believe that the work that we've done so far, we are prepared to move on. With that being said as well, I think that we also have to recognize that when we look at the realities of when we entered an election campaign in 2019 and when we came up with our throne speech, that was the reality of the time, and that was pre-pandemic. None of us anticipated that we would be dealt with this situation, not only that we've been dealing with over the past year and a few months, but let's be frank, we know that this pandemic is going to be with us for many, many, many more months to come. And we are going to have many challenges ahead, months, if not years ahead. So if last August was not the time to prorogue and to really do a reshift and a reassessment or a retooling, if you will, I really don't know, again, what would justify proroguing Parliament. And again, when I hear my colleagues, the member of Parliament from La Pointe des Îles, and I'm going to quote him in a quote that he made last year. I quote, "What purpose did prorogation serve? It was used as a diversionary tactic because the government was in a conflict of the interest with We Charity." And another member that same month, the member from Berthier-Maskinongé, and I quote him, indicating the main reason for prorogation was I quote, "The main reason for the prorogation was to put a lid on the We scandal." So if I truly felt that our colleagues were looking for more information with respect to why we prorogued, I think, again, we have to look at, if we really want to get the reasons for prorogation, the true reasons, I think having someone like Minister Freeland come to the table and to share, her knowledge with respect to all of the work that was done during, the pandemic months and what we needed to do to move on, I think she's actually probably even better positioned in order to do so, because she was the one, she was the captain of the ship, if you will, in many ways when it came to the COVID Cabinet Committee. So I think she would have a lot to share with us. The other thing as well, peut-être je vais parler en français maintenant.
I'm going to speak French now. Just a few comments.
If we look at the priorities of the government in its throne speech for 2019, there were a lot of things that we heard about from our fellow citizens, and we had established themes for the throne speech and themes that our fellow citizens had shared for everything that's important and what they wanted us to address. One key theme in my riding was climate change. My fellow citizens are very worried about that, and it's essential for them. Another theme that we discussed a lot was strengthening the middle class and help people who are trying to join the middle class. So we talked about that a lot. We also talked about reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and the health and safety of all Canadians. Being the former Minister of Health, this was a total priority for me. I wanted to make sure there were good programs and that Canadians would have access to good services. We also wanted to make sure that Canada was well positioned worldwide. Of course, these were absolute priorities in 2019, but as we all recognize, things changed very quickly in 2020. And I think we all remember the Friday the 13th of March, where we all left Ottawa. We took our planes, and for many of us, we never came back. I was lucky. I was able to participate in some sessions in person for 4 weeks, but because of the closure of our province, I had to self-isolate for 2 weeks before I could be with my family. So I was in Ottawa for 4 weeks. But upon our return, and as my colleagues have stated, we really had to make sure that we were addressing the needs of our fellow citizens. We asked our fellow citizens to stay home, to really respect the whole social distancing thing, the public health rules. We were asking people to do that, so we had to make sure that we were there to give them the resources necessary to make sure they could pay their debts, buy food, pay their rent, and so on. The list goes on and on. So the government worked extremely hard, not just the government, but I would say all the members from all parties. I remember clearly that we had calls 2-3 times a day with all our colleagues to ask questions. Sometimes there was the challenge function. We wanted to ask questions to make sure that we developed good social policies. And opposition members put some very good questions as well. And finally, we were able to develop good policies. Perhaps not perfect, but good. So we're looking at the throne speech of 2019. I'll not go through all the themes in it, but on the whole, that's what we did. After the pandemic arrived and we had to address this problem, there were many issues. And of course, we didn't have a magic book to tell us how to manage a pandemic, but together we did the best we could. Now, then came August 2020. We're still in the pandemic. We recognized there are a lot of programs. We had to continue to provide aid for Canadians. And at that point, we said, and I think that by having the Deputy Prime Minister here, she could tell us what they had in the back of their mind when they asked to prorogue Parliament. I think at that point, it was a good time. If you recall, in August 2019, no, I'm sorry, August 2020, one could look that COVID was starting to go down, But we knew there was a possibility that there'd be a second wave. Vaccines were starting to be developed. We did see some light at the end of the tunnel, but having said that, we knew that there was a great deal of work left to be done to try to support Canadians. And I think it was the appropriate time to ensure that we should prorogue Parliament, and then we would consult Canadians and ask them what they thought we should do. We also had to readjust our agenda, since the 2019 agenda did not respond to the reality of 2020, 2021. So the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament. And I think that all members had conversations and consultations with people in their communities, with their youth groups. I know I have a youth council that meets every month, and when I met them during that whole period, we had consultation to find out what we should add to the throne speech. I must tell you that the young people are more politically inclined than average, but when I talked about the throne speech, they didn't know what I was talking about. So it was a good opportunity to explain what it is and ask them what their views were, what they thought we should do, what we should add. And I must also say that, like many of my colleagues, every month I have phone calls with my constituents. I continued to ask them what their priorities were. And there's no doubt that in 2019 we'd heard a lot about their priorities, and I think really and truly that the throne speech of 2019 had reflected what they told us and what I heard from my fellow citizens here in Acadia, here in New Brunswick. But when we looked at our new throne speech, we just had to make sure that we'd continue to emphasize the pandemic and what would happen after the pandemic. And finally, that's exactly what happened. Sometimes I hear my colleagues say that they think that it was an ambitious throne speech. I think the opposite. I think it was very ambitious, that it was a good roadmap to figure out where we were now and where we should be going to help Canadians. And once again, if we look to the throne speech, the whole issue of helping Canadians through the pandemic was very central. That was the focus, the key message that we wanted to make sure Canadians knew about. We were there for them, not just in the short term, but also in the long term. And I think that the throne speech explained that very well. I won't get into the budget that we just got a few weeks ago, but one can see that there are nuances between the roadmap, the throne speech, and the budget, what we were going to do to help Canadian men and women. It was very clear that we wanted to help Canadians get through extremely difficult times. If we look at all the economic programs we established for Canadians, I know that my fellow citizens in my beautiful region of Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe, I often say it's the best riding in Canada, but I'm sure I'm biased. You all think the same thing about your ridings. But my fellow citizens tell me that they wanted us to be there for them, and they wanted us to continue to do this work for them.
I'm going to go French and English today, and I'm trying to speak slower for translation because I know sometimes when I get going, I can start speaking very quickly. So, Madam Chair, I'm hoping that I'm doing better today on that note.
But you're fantastic. So I'm sorry I had to stop you that last time, but yeah, you're doing great.
when I get on a roll, it's bad. So anyways, I've always said I'm a very good listener. And when I was a social worker, I've always been I have to say I'm a good listener. But when I have an opportunity to talk, oh my gosh, just give me the stage. But coming back to the matter at hand, my constituents in Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, during this pandemic, during the whole issue of a new throne speech and the issue of prorogation, no one spoke to me necessarily of prorogation. But when we talked about, readjusting and retuning and redefining what our goals and objectives were, my colleagues and my constituents wanted to make it clear that front and center, they wanted their government to be there and to continue to be there for them post-pandemic and during the pandemic. And I can tell you that when we talked about the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and I think when we all think of when we first started, and I'm looking at my friend Irick here, and I'm sure that we asked him a lot of questions, being the parliamentary secretary to the minister responsible, I believe, we certainly had a lot of questions with respect to, what was CERB going to look like. And again, the program may have not been perfect, but we certainly were there to help, millions of Canadians. And when I look at the CERB program, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, in my province of New Brunswick alone, that program helped 165,000 New Brunswickers. Like in my little province, we have a population of 757,000 New Brunswickers. When you stop and think 165,000 New Brunswickers benefited from that program, that's about 1 in 5 New Brunswickers when you stop and break it down. And more importantly, a lot of women also were the ones that really had to leave the workforce and had to use those benefits. I was meeting with a group yesterday of people that are in the care economy, and I was sharing with them that 63% of women that had to leave the labor market, were women. And again, a lot of them, were negatively impacted. So we certainly have to be there for them. But the Canada Emergency Response Benefit certainly helped, a lot of people in our province. And people want us to be there for them in the short term and the long term. The other pillar as well that I think that we have to look at when it comes to the economic programs that have been put in place. And again, why did we prorogue? Why did we, feel that we had to kind of, get things back, to look at the priorities because of the pandemic, was the Canada Emergency Business Account. Now, I don't know about you guys, but folks in my riding and small and medium-sized businesses were really grateful for that program. There's a small vendor here in Moncton. They're called the Starving Artists. And I don't know if I mentioned them beforehand, but it's a really great co-op, a small business that they started. And actually, it's quite a big shop. And they just have many local artists that go there and sell their pieces of art. And it's a mom and pop shop. But if we weren't there to provide them with the business account, that organization would be closed. And they actually support over 200 local artists. And if ever you come to Moncton, Mr. Long, I know you're always talking about St. John, but I think coming to Moncton, looking at the Starving Artist shop is quite a neat spot. And I know that over Christmas, I've tried to support local as much as possible and got all of my Christmas gifts there because they were just really great. But again, those types of benefits that have been put in place have really helped, these small and medium-sized businesses. And again, when we looked at proroguing, what did we need to do in the short term and also post-pandemic, we have to look at all of that. The other program as well that I know that I've had heard a lot about this summer as well was the issue of the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. That's another program that
Madam Chair, I'd like to bring up a question of privilege. Is that possible?
A question of privilege. Okay, unusual, but I'll hear you out.
A question of privilege. I just want to point out that I'm currently not able, as a member of Parliament, to attend my HUMA committee where we're discussing matters related to housing. Might I add, in the middle of a pandemic where people are dying, certainly in my riding where people are burning up in makeshift shacks, to accommodate this gross level of privilege, a total disrespect to our electorate and people who are expecting us to keep them alive during the pandemic for these games. And I just want to point out what a serious matter this is when people in my riding and around the country are dying, to see this gross level of privilege here, especially as members of parliament, when people are counting on us to keep them alive, that I see people around this circle when I'm supposed to be in committee snickering and laughing. I don't find it funny. So I'm wondering what we can do about this, because my privileges as a member of parliament to fight for my constituents and Canadians whose lives are on the line is being violated.
I can survey the committee to see if there is consensus to suspend at this time, or members are free to move to adjourn. So those are two options. So I will survey. I mean, Ms. Kazan brings up some very serious points, and I'm sure the work that she's doing there is very important. But those are the only options I have at this point. So would the committee be interested in suspending until the next, until our next meeting, scheduled meeting spot?
Point of order. I just wanted to ask if could I ask Ms. Kazan, because we had. Can I just get a little bit more information from you, if you don't mind?
From Ms. Kazan?
Yeah.
Okay,
go ahead, Ms. Kazan. And what information are you looking for as to her HUMA committee?
I'm finished my remarks. I have nothing left to add. Thank you.
She's saying that they have important work going on at the HUMA committee, and right now, because this committee going over time, they're having to cancel or delay that committee, as far as I've heard. So is there consensus to suspend at this time until the next scheduled committee date? Okay, there's no disagreement. I guess I need to ask this question in a different way. I'm just getting blank stares. Is everyone okay with it? If no one speaks up, then I will consider everyone being okay with it. Okay, we're suspended until next Tuesday. Thank you.